everybody, and welcome to session 2 of our NGO cluster training. Yeah, I think I'm pleasure to have you here with us today. We're going to get started. We have a few folks that we are expecting to join us today. We were trying to give them a few minutes, but we will get underway because we have a lot of important stuff that I think we'll go over today that I think similar to the last session should be pretty enlightening and empowering. And so to quickly go over our...
Are we recording?
We are, yes. Okay. To quickly go over our agenda for today, we talked a little bit about some homework from the last cluster training session. So we're going to talk about that. I know that there are some folks who are here for the first time today, so we'll do a very quick intros once again, just because I do feel like in this instance it's very important to know who's in the room. I think that's helpful to what we're trying to achieve here every time we do get together. And I'm going to go through the revised schedule because there have been some changes in dates that we'll share with you. And at some point, we do want to speak about the best way to reach everyone when we are discussing the upcoming sessions. But today we're talking about group and leadership dynamics as it pertains to cluster training, which is going to be a very practical exercise for us to go through and actually establishing clusters as nonprofit organizations. So after the homework, we'll look at NPO leadership models, cluster co-leadership, which is an important concept that will help us to look at what the dynamics within clusters look like. We will take a break for lunch at midday.
Should we give people a sense of the recipe? I mean, the menus, so folks at home are incentivized to come in.
The folks that are here, if I could pronounce all of these things, because I'm not a very fancy guy. So we will have a bunch of choices, but I think it's pretty cool because it's the students doing that thing. So they have a pumpkin bisque soup as the appetizer and curry chicken salad. Entrees are almond crusted snapper fillet or brown lamb stew with sauteed French beans, garlic and glaze, julienne of carrots, and then French bread pudding for dessert. So for folks that are with us, those are the options. And I know that there are some island folks, but we have some exciting updates with regard to engaging with some of our Family Island participants in person in some of our upcoming cluster trainings as well. After lunch, we'll be looking at perspectives on local cluster actions. And we're really excited to have one of our partners and someone who's done lots of work with us at ORG. It's Paul Pindler from Sanajes International, who has done lots of work in the space internationally and who has done local studies around the NPO sector with us. So I believe that that presentation is going to be really informative and helpful for us all. And then in the afternoon, we'll look at doing some content around group exploration and some activities that will help us to dive a little bit deeper into the concept. So we are slowly but surely moving into the more nitty-gritty of what these clusters will look like. So before I get into this, I just want to give everybody, once again, a real quick opportunity, I guess just to say your name and the organization that you're representing, particularly because we have one or two persons that wouldn't have been a part of the first training. So let's start with Zoom today. Because we appreciate our virtual participants. You are equally as important to us. So I'm just gonna have everyone just quickly introduce themselves. We start with Christy Cadet, as I see them on the screen.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Christy Cadet, and I'm here based in Freeport, Grand Bahama, originally from Eleuthera. I'm here representing Woman of Worth Movement, and it's a women's movement organization. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you for this space.
Thanks so much for being here with us. I see we have Gail Wong with us as well. Excited to have you.
Hey, one moment.
We can hear you.
Shane, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So, my name's Gail Woon. I'm the founder of Earth Care, which is an environmental education NGO formed in 1988. We've been doing public outreach and environmental education, basically trying to teach youth and young adults how to save the planet. And that's about it. I'm a marine biologist.
Great, thank you for being here. So next, I see Nadia Morris.
Hi, good morning. Nadia Morris here from Brief. I'm the product manager at Brief, and we are a marine conservation, but we also, our focus is on education.
Good to see you again. And next is Naoka Johnson. Sir? Oh.
You're missed now.
Okay. See, Gail is here on Zoom today, so if you want to go ahead, Gail.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me again. My name is Gail Fox. I am with the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund, and our organization came into being via an act of Parliament in 2014. And our mission actually is to ensure a sustainable financial base for the effective management of our protected areas and to assist with the conservation efforts and mitigation against climate change, protecting our marine parks and marine parks and natural resources. So that's basically what we do. And thanks again for having me.
Hey, thanks for joining us again. And Felicia McBride.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks again for having me. I'm from the Bahamas Resilience Center. We are a nonprofit organization that was started after Hurricane Dorian. We have a community center based in Grand Bahama, the Grand Bahama Resilience Center, and we focus on wellness and mental health, persons accessing wellness at whatever level. So we provide a number of programs, trainings, webinars, seminars, etc., as well as professional counseling services.
Thank you. All right, so thank you to the Zoom folks. I'm loving the very strong Grand Bahama representation. I think that's really important, especially in this climate, but we'll talk, of course, through why all of that matters every time we get together. So for the folks in the room, we'll start from left and move over. I'm Steph. I work at org. Yeah. Oh, that's. Oh, let me see how fancy I am. If I'm on my real tech, go from tech game today. Okay, there it is.
Good morning, I am Nicolette Archer. I am representing the Bahamas Feeding Network.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Bianadi, and I'm representing Hands for Hunger. Good morning, everyone. Grand Bahama is in the room. Rashima Ingram with Waterkeepers Bahamas.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mark Palmer. I'm representing Guadalupe Foundation, the community development organization from Toulouse.
Yes. And we have more org people in the room. There's Matt and there's Candace, who's our senior communications officer. So we wanted to continually ground ourselves in what we're doing. So just to recap the overview of the NPO cluster training, the reasoning behind this project and this initiative is the fact that NPOs in the Bahamas, we know that they can more effectively collaborate in topical and strategic clusters to provide greater focus for citizen participation and the development of responsive and inclusive policy. And so this is the second of 7 virtual and in-person discussions and trainings for leaders of different nonprofit organizations, featuring discussions, activities, and presentations around topics that facilitate cooperation of the NPO groups around common objectives. And this term cluster, this does mean something, like it's not a concept that we have invented. There are many organizations internationally that have worked successfully in clusters. And there are also examples that we would have shared in the previous session about some clusters that have been formed here locally that have been effective. And so the purpose of this is really to explore together what clusters would look like in the Bahamas and move toward establishing more effective clusters, particularly in response to emergencies and disasters, but generally speaking, looking at more effective ways for us to bring about sustainable development as a sector, because civil society plays a major role in national and sustainable development. So looking at the training, we did make some revisions to the sessions that we have. For everyone's information, this is posted on orgbahamas.com/civil society. And at the bottom of that page right now, for those that are registered, is actually an additional link to the recordings and presentations from previous sessions. So once we're done today, the materials will be made available. So if you go to orgbahamas.com/civil society and go to the bottom, you'll see a link that takes you to a page that just has the content from the sessions on it. Because I know a few folks have asked for the recordings and copies of the presentations. So we mentioned today we'll be looking at group dynamics and leadership. On the 8th of March, we are super excited to be looking at cluster goals and
Actually,
objectives.
sorry, that's the 9th.
The 9th of March,
Yes.
rather. The 9th of March, which is a Thursday.
Yeah.
Yes, and we're actually gonna be in Grand Bahama, to host the session on the 9th of March. So we are really excited. We have partnered with, the Ministry for Grand Bahamas, Initiative Collab to do this and a few of our other projects on the ground for a few days in March. And then for one of the subsequent sessions, we're still working out the details, but we'll be back. So for folks that are not on Grand Bahama, we will be glad if you could join us for that session virtually, which just feels interesting to say. No offense to us Nassau people, but it's always the other way around. So it's great to be able to diversify. So on the 29th of March, we will have our session on collaboration and resource sharing, which we are looking forward to that session because we intend to bring together a group of funders and folks with a perspective that we think will add value as we look at the process of not just fundraising, but collaborative fundraising. And then we get into financial management and monitoring and evaluation, and then advocacy toward the end of the training sessions. So the schedule is available on the site once again. If there are any changes, I'll keep everyone up to date, and we will keep the site current so that you are abreast with what is going on. So with that said, the homework that we talked about for those of you that were here, I'm guessing you those already, was to, and we can talk through this, but we'll take about maybe 10 to 15 minutes to just kind of talk through this, but to identify and discuss with the team, because we broke into groups, the top 3 current and top 3 future priorities for your organization, which could be supported through collaboration or cluster participation. So for those that were not here, to give a little bit of an update of what was happening in that activity, basically when we split into groups, what we sought to do was help people to, at a broad level, envision what cluster work could look like, what it could achieve, what it could accomplish, and come forward with some ideas as to what a joint cluster initiative could look like. And so the purpose of this was to begin to bring that home a little bit and think about what are some of the things that your organizations are working on that you feel could be strengthened if there was better collaboration. I think that what makes a concept like this important to begin to consider is when we're in the heat of what we're doing, we're all busy. I always say, and I will continue to echo, I feel like folks that work in civil society are superheroes because it's just like the lines of boundaries between work and play and personal, sometimes they exist and sometimes they do not. And many of us, we bring our families out to do the work that we do, our kids are there, our partners are there. And so sometimes it gets all mixed up in one, and the reason is because of capacity. So when you consider the idea that working together, one of the things we covered does increase administrative operational capacity. What are 3 things that you are working on right now and 3 future priorities that you think could be supported? So I don't know if anyone had any initial ideas or if anyone completed it on their own, but I will also give you the opportunity to kind of chip in and talk us through this. So we can have a brave volunteer to get us going, whether Zoom
I'm
or.
gonna be brave and then like it's gonna join in. We have a very small group today. Okay.
I was calling it intimate. We have an intimate group. Yeah.
Very intimate, yeah, so I took it back to my team and Hands for Hunger, and what we came back is given the mere makeup of our organization, we are already operating in clusters. For better words, collaborating and or carrying out cluster participation with food rescue. And many persons, we have the food rescue at the restaurants and at the hotels. And so where we get food from those places and we deliver or distribute it to our agencies. So there's a collaboration or cluster participation with H4H and our donors who are restaurants, like KFC, and help me out now. KFC, Sabaro, just the name of the and then you have Atlantis and Bahama.
Right.
And then there's HPH with the children's homes. So we also, in our among our agencies are the Elizabeth Estates Children's Home, Children's Home as well as Building Lane Home. Okay, and then we have the drug agencies like Teen Challenge, The Haven. Okay, and then we also have our school pantry. So there's a collaboration going on there. So now looking to strengthen and deepen relations through that with our empowerment program. We're looking to find ways that the agencies can look to help us, like the Haven and Teen Challenge, particularly as we look to extend that reach in not just providing individual assistance persons in terms of food, but looking a little deeper. Because when persons come for assistance, we realize that there's more to it than just food. People have some other issues as well. So in terms of extending, whenever, this is an idea that we're playing with, Nicolette, help me out here. Whenever other NGOs seek food assistance for their initiatives, like most of the times you have other churches and so forth come to you looking for assistance. We're saying, rather than coming and asking an NGO like the Feeding Network, Hands for Hunger, if you can provide parcels. What about asking them to refer the individuals directly to us and consider us assisting the individuals in other ways in the area? So in other words, rather than you coming to Hands for Hunger and Feeding Network and you're saying, okay, maybe you step one and map. You're that church and y'all are looking, or you're that community person, you're looking to now distribute into the neighborhood. You're coming to organizations like us that are already established and already in those communities, so already helping. And what you're looking for us to do is really come provide you with the parcels for you to distribute to whomever, or let's just to get the name, quote, and say that you're doing it. And so we're saying that rather than an NGO coming to us for food parcels to distribute to the community, they can look to have us partner with them to provide the food parcels, and they look to provide something else, whether it is that you may do a clothing drive, or you may look to just provide something else other than having the NGO come to you for the food.
Right.
So,
Okay, good stuff, thank you. So some of the things that the team at the Bahamas Feeding Network came up with. Recently, we have had more churches reaching out to us for parcels and whatnot. So what we suggested to some of them, and they thought it was a great idea, was right now, food costs more, okay? And we're finding that right now, we are having to alternate who we give to, as opposed to giving all 100 people or 100 groupings every month. We're having to alternate. And and I am claiming that that is only going to be temporary, because I have a problem with that, okay? We're getting our donations up, we are, I'm claiming that. So what we're saying to those churches and those ministries that want to partner with us is you are getting some money. In fact, a church person said this to me. How about we give you our money because we think that you can make our funds go further than we can.
Right.
So that is something that we're looking at, okay, in terms of with what I said to those churches. We don't have it to add another partner right now. So we're looking to get our donations up locally. Okay, this is immediate. We need to do more of the PR. We need to do more of informing the public of what we are doing and how we're doing it. And recently I have to shout out to Dawn Davis at ZNS. She's been doing an amazing job at focusing on us. I don't know about y'all. We use social media as well. And then I think something else we need to look at immediately is making sure that the donations that we do receive, we're utilizing them to the best of our ability, you know? So these are right now. Then I think we also need to look at, it's interesting, I think I mentioned it last week, just before we got the invitation to come to these, Keisha and I had met with our executive director, and we had started to say, hey, look, we need to see what the other is doing.
Right.
And how best we can make the most of the food we get to spread it out to as wide a, you know, population. And so I think we need to continue that and to look at if there are any others. And I think we're the two biggest, food,
Yeah.
you know, right? But we need to find everyone who is looking into making food donations or food distributions. And we need to have kind of like an umbrella organization. So again, so we can see that we're, you know, covering as large a base as possible, not forgetting Grand Bahama and the Family Islands. So an umbrella organization or something, you know, and this org is doing a great job of bringing us together. Thank you for that. And then we need to look at reaching them foreign dollars,
Yeah.
okay? Reaching those foreign dollars, getting those grants. So Ahmed and I, we did a 1-day course on grant writing. It was 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to do a whole course.
Right.
Because everybody keeps telling us there's a lot of money out there, you know, and we need to make sure you all get your 501c straight with us and every. And then, future, we want to be cognizant of the type of food that we give.
We want to be more healthy. We want to look at getting more healthy and nutritious, and also looking that when persons receive the parcels, they don't just look at it and say, oh, it's not nothing for me, but not realizing, like Nicolette brought this book here today, 10 Can book. So, you know, this is a good resource, and I'm liking her for doing that because we're also looking at how people can utilize the resources. We're finding that people aren't being creative. They're just looking at just that. And you remember back in the day, mom and them didn't have much, but mom and them, they were more resourceful. And we're finding that in this day and age, we're not as resourceful as we used to be. You know, so
Yeah, when they get the tuna, they think tuna fish.
that's it.
Tuna fish salad, right?
Fish casserole.
Right,
Right.
right, because they tend to get the tuna fish and crab dinner, right?
Right.
It's so different things. And then when we do get, and thank you to our vendors, when we do get some fresh fruits and vegetables, they skin up their nose that they don't want it.
Oh, no, I don't need that kind.
Yeah.
That's right. I don't need that kind.
So, yeah, so we really need to educate not only the public who's giving, but the public who's receiving.
Right. Well, I think that's great, because I think it does highlight several things that would definitely. Oh. Thank you for who turned on transcription. But that would definitely, oh, wrong way. Over here.
Did we mention the national database?
Nope.
We also said a national database, we need a national database of donors and recipients.
Right. So I think that highlights a lot of really important points for process and collaboration, particularly in looking at how the way it is to do the distribution and beginning to look at group dynamics, because if it's a more effective dynamic to have like churches, for example, who are reaching into communities all around the country, come and sort of partner with you to see how the reach can be extended into their communities rather than just coming to get the food.
Right.
What that does is it does create a dynamic where both organizations or all organizations involved can benefit. And then when you talk about education, prime opportunity, churches should be teaching about the whole man and not just the spiritual perspectives, because you gotta be alive and healthy to worship. So I think that those dynamics are really important, thinking about databases, national databases on any level. When you have different people working in different areas, we all have access to information. And then collaborative fundraising, which will come up once again. All of those things, I think, point to the role that clusters can play.
Another thing, something crossed my mind when Nicolette was saying that with regards to their relation, their reach. I know we shared our agencies and so forth, so maybe what might be able to help, like with the collaboration. On those months when you might be stretched, you maybe can ask us how are we situated with our particular agencies that that we can maybe pick up the slack there for you. And then that can lessen the burden so that you can extend your reach and help those that really don't have anything coming in.
Right. So clearly, this is a really important conversation. I don't know if anybody else wanted to chip in or chime in with regard to the work that you're doing around how you think clusters can help to further your reach. Or
I think there are a couple of things. So from the One Foundation, one of our key things is strengthening our governance, operation, and programs. I think, when you get to a certain size, you have completely different governance challenges that come up. And so possibly clustering with large NPOs over the 2 million, say 3 million mark, we're going through the same things and making effective governance structures. So that's something that we have to get our governance right before we can start imposing on our core partners. And that's constantly moving piece. The other thing is, we're always trying to accelerate education opportunities outcomes through innovation. We have a learn and learn program where we pay the students stipends when they come and learn cohorts, and we teach them all sorts of things from hospitality to beekeeping, to agriculture, to carpentry, electrical work, and coming up with fine tuning those things. Finding partners who can help us with that, maybe looking at technology and getting some more technology into that, line, something like that. So I think that could be useful. Definitely, to have some, because we're trying to generate it all internally and have it so partner, so we partner with we partner with educational establishments. So we see that. We certainly see, I don't know if it's exactly clustering, but we certainly see the value of partnerships.
Right.
And collaborating with cities and other institutions all over the world.
Right.
That's why this is involved.
Right. And of course, I want to highlight the importance of the point on looking at governance, because I feel like while we figure out, Matt, I'm gonna need to pass this off to you. This is working my brain so hard. I can say talk, press, talk. But while we figure out, just the NPO Act, for example, and thinking about the way that we govern ourselves as a sector, I think one of the things that's obvious is that there is more consultation that's needed before certain things go forward. But it helps when we already have an idea of what works locally. So that when we do put input into legislation, for example, and when we do trainings like this, that it is rooted in not just the experience of one organization, but folks that share in common capacity and operational and administrative challenges. So I really do think that is key. And I do love the on the ground, really integrated work that y'all are doing in South Louisville as well. I think when you consider partnership opportunities to strengthen that, but also any holistic type approaches to doing the work that we do. I think that kind of information is always handy, not just to bring in other people, but also to share because there are a lot of commonalities between, that may not be as obvious between what you would have mentioned and what came from Balance Feeding Network and Hands for Hunger, when you look at more integrated approaches to tackling a big thing. So I feel like just hearing that and thinking through that and how,
challenge as well is that we have more than one organization with different.
oh, right.
You know, one of our organizations started pretty small and it's now really well, it's bigger than another piece. We're working out how that all works together and
Right.
boards work and it's very challenging, you know, to navigate your way
Yeah,
through that. You know, you're doing things.
right. Which is key, because I would just say particularly for those of us that, talk about what governance looks like. I think we always run to how the government should function, but we all know that that also looks at private sector and nonprofit organizations, because the way that we govern ourselves is important as well. I don't know if anyone else wanted to chip in before we move forward, but I'm definitely loving the feedback so far. If there was anyone on Zoom who had the opportunity to give this any consideration, then I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I didn't have the homework, but I can read it.
Was there anyone who is joining us virtually that had anything to chime in on this concept of supporting your current or future priorities through a cluster approach?
Good afternoon, everyone. I came in a bit late on it. Are you able to just repeat the cluster approach and I can respond in kind, please?
Right, and is it okay if you quickly introduce yourself and tell us who you're representing, just for everyone that's here?
Sure. My name is Siobhan Hollis. I am the founder of Save Our Children Alliance, a child-focused organization. I am also a certified child sexual prevention trainer. So I facilitate trainings in the Bahamas.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us. So just to reiterate, what we've been looking at was what the potential outlooks are when organizations work through clusters. So in our first session, we would have spent a little more time getting definitive about what that looks like. But talking about not just integrated approaches on partnering, but taking that a little bit further and looking at what joint operations look like around particular issues. So some of the feedback that we would have gotten so far, we have both Hands for Hunger and Bahamas Feeding Network in the room with us today. And looking at where their operations sort of already overlap with smaller organizations in the communities and churches with regard to providing food assistance for folks, and thinking about ways that they can deepen their reach through modeling themselves in more of an effective way with regard to who is distributing the food. Just as an example, but really what we're thinking through is any ways that when we form cluster groups as nonprofit organizations, instead of working in silos, what we believe based on our priorities of our work, how that might look. So if there are other organizations that are doing similar work, that maybe look at building the capacity for fundraising or doing administrative work or on the ground outreach, as opposed to working alone. So I guess aspirationally, if you had folks that you know are out there doing things similar to what you do, how might that, working together in a strategic way, how might that help to further the work that you're doing?
Yes, that's a very good concept. I see, I quite understand what you're speaking about. And I totally believe that unity is strength in numbers, despite our organization having different mandates, mission, vision, and values. I feel if we could get an umbrella organization going and each person in their respective work can work together, I think not only in the Bahamas, we can also have international influence. Like, for example, my organization, I have teamed up with an organization of similar mandate in Bermuda, and we've been working together to put on this training in the Bahamas. So I'm trying to appeal to the government. If not, I'm still doing it independently, where I'm training. We are training a lot of Bahamians who work around children or child affiliate organization in child sexual prevention. That was something that I've done my research. I saw there's a void, and I took it upon myself, and I started the call going on 3 years now. So yes, I agree. I feel we can work together. I would put myself out there. I can send my information. I am very much interested. Another thing that I have done due diligence and research with some of the current organization is that I also teach code of ethics and code of conduct. And there's some organization that have them, some that needs to implement them. So
Right.
I am willing and I am open to be a part of whatever organization or umbrella organization going forward. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And I just want to highlight, I think, particularly on your second point, thank you for the work that you're doing. But on your second point, I think one of the things that highlights is this idea that clusters can help to build administrative capacity. When it comes to internal governance, things like codes of ethic and codes of conduct are really important, not just to manage expectations with staff, but also with partners. I'm sure most of us in some way or the other are in the business of people work, whether it's environmental or any other cause. And when you work with people, it leaves the door open for inappropriate and unwanted interactions from time to time. And what we found is having an idea of what your expectations are in a written and communicated way is always one of the best ways to go. So thank you for that input. And I think that highlights a point across organizations that that's really important. Okay, I don't know if anybody else wanted to.
Which organization did you say you belong to?
Could you, sorry, Siobhan, could you repeat the name of your organization for us again?
It's Save Our Children Alliance.
Save Our Children Alliance.
Acronym SOCA, SOCA.
And we do have the registration information for everyone that we can make available as well. So I will reach out just to make sure that we can all agree on the way to share your contact details and what you do with everyone else. Because I think it would be great to have a little bit of an outline of who is here and what everyone is working on. So when I see Gail left a comment saying that she was trained in child assault prevention program in the 90s in Freeport, attended several schools there until a particular religious school had the program stopped. It hit too close to home for them. I think points like that are kind of important. What are the roadblocks that sometimes come up and how can we address them? Oh, did I close it?
No, Sharon was just sharing her contact.
Okay. Rashim, I don't know if you wanted to jump in there before we.
Yeah, just
You good?
some quick points, in terms of talks return, I would agree with Hands for Hunger in terms of space and capacity, space, when I say that, sometimes when you introduce your organization, people are like, I never heard of that. So it's just, how do you get people to see the work that you do?
Right.
And figure out how to connect with whatever channels they're communicating at. And then the other thing in terms of capacity, you kind of touch on it, where we do everything in our organization, from the cleaning lady straight to and just finding ways within the clusters of who is strongest at these things would help, so that we aren't necessarily doing work that we don't need to do, but focus on the work that we should be focusing on.
Right.
And then in terms of future priorities, a lot of us don't do it because we focus on day-to-day operations or activities, but sitting down and really focusing on building that strategic plan.
Right.
So that strategic plan helps us to say to people, here are the top 3 goals of this organization.
Right.
How do you fit in?
Right.
And then finding that common goal within the cluster.
Right. And I do think, strategic plan just jumps out as a really important tool that will help us to more easily articulate and identify what we're doing and what are the key areas for collaboration. So I think that was a hearty discussion. Maybe probably went a little bit over. But we're gonna
kick it into a higher gear.
yeah, so we're gonna move a little bit into talking about NPO leaders and change. And Matt and I are gonna kind of back and forth a little bit on some of these. And as a heads up, Matt, we're gonna need to do a little bit of a dance with this. We'll figure it out.
You want me to, like, whenever you want, Bill, you can jump in, I'll.
Sure. So I'll let Matt take over for a bit. Yeah. This is exactly what happened.
Good morning, all. Thank you. Good. So we're going to go into leadership, which is kind of like teaching you about you. You all are here based on a level of leadership, and there's information you need to go forward. Putting on the lens that we've talked about how do we collaborate and how do we think about other leaders working with us. I think it's important to dissect the components of leadership. And we've got a lot of content. With all honesty, what the points we've written down and the items there are things that are somewhat common sense. But it's kind of good to just look at it in an external way and say, what resonates with me? So at any point, if there's something that we're talking about, you really feel like you have something you'd like to share or an example or a question, please stop us and we're gonna go forward. So one of the things I think it's important, and this series, these clusters, this particular training are called not-for-profit organization clusters, what we're working on, because we as not-for-profit organization leaders, I think are a little bit of a unique breed. And so we start looking at kind of what is the concept of change? Flip on that way. Oh, here we go. Great. So within not-for-profit leaders, some research has been done looking at the commonalities of not-for-profit leaders. And these were some points that I thought were important. So a lot of us have built our reputations because we tend to work in spaces that are very static. So we talked about an environment, we just had one of our participants online who talked about an environment of child protection, which we all conceptually, who would not agree to keeping our children safe? And at the same time, something has not happened such that there is an ongoing an ongoing net that makes sure that this is the norm, that we do everything we can to keep our children safe. So we find ourselves in leadership in places that don't move very quickly, sometimes having to be the change agent, be the catalyst of getting people in. So whether it be environmental, whether it be, think about one of Luthra's whole origins, it came out of the fact that there was not a lot for folks in those varied communities and something needed to come forward. So we are the source of change. And in some ways, we also are the cause of what you might call instability. So when things are the status quo and something comes in to change, it mixes stuff up a bit. And so that's a power that we have. So we tend to bring in things that are innovative. We mobilize new resources. We bring new things to the circumstances. We have our children in an island community that cannot swim, and there's a lot of reasons why that is. You're saying we can, and there's something different about it. So there's an inherent power that we. And one of the concepts was, and I thought this was interesting, that we actually find ourselves where we are and doing the things we do because we ourselves come from a bit of an outsider perspective. We might live or have experienced something in a community or connected to a particular issue that makes it very important to us. It may be that we just haven't looked at things differently, or we had an experience that made us think maybe the way things are isn't how they have to be. And that doesn't happen for everyone. As people in sociology, as you learn, people are more comfortable doing what everybody else is doing. We are doing what others are potentially not. And they typically are the able and motivated individuals, and you could think about them almost like development entrepreneurs or social innovators. So I share this for a few reasons. One of them is in your day-to-day where Rashima, you think about having to do everything and you're cleaning the floors and you're calling people up to try and get them, the basic couple of dollars to get your program out into the community, it doesn't always feel very glamorous. But the reality is you are driving you are driving something into the world that doesn't exist, that isn't always considered. So when we think about then, move this up further, when we think about two principles, when we think about change related to not-for-profit leadership, I offer these. So it's rarely possible to generate substantial change in human behavior simply by just altering the rules or the institutions that govern our lives. You can create a new thing. We know government often creates a new ministry or a new branch or a new thing that gets done, but it doesn't always happen. So the missing ingredient is personal change, which acts as a spring of change in other areas. The role of the individual leaders in promoting change is that there's greater awareness of the needs for these individuals to become more self-aware and change their own behavior and attitudes if genuine change is going to take place. So basically, our leaders have to change ourselves as we think to change our organization. And if we think about the concept of clusters, that means similarly, we have to think, we've done a lot in our own experiences. You're here because you've made those personal levels of change. You're arrived in a circumstance to say, hey, this is where I want to be. Hence, I've got to adapt what I'm doing. And each of you have a personal journey that reflects that change. But as we now think about how do I not only manage my own organization, but interface with others, what do I have to do, right? So Hands for Hunger, Bahamas Feeding Network, I know in years past, they were a little bit of a, I got this, you got that. We don't know who each other is in the room. I'm gonna do this stuff, you're gonna do this stuff. And the change that's starting to happen means that the leadership at the top, your own influencers, have started to change a bit. You've had to recognize, what do I need to do to create a space where it's a little bit more adaptable, where things can happen beyond what I fully can control. And that's a hard enough level of change. Any questions, comments? That make sense? Yeah. Right. So again, as we're going through this, some of it is obvious, but let's just think about again what that leader potential is, what the opportunity of good leadership brings forward. It provides direction. It inspires the staff or your team or whatever audience you have that you're mobilizing. It brings in new potential resources. If we're doing and leading in a positive way, others not only are inspired by us, but want to bring resources forward. We're creative and bringing forward something new, so that when you think about a funder or almost like an investor, that's the new product they want to bring forward. I understand why swimming at a particular level makes a difference versus just getting familiar with the water. There's a difference. You create a clear organizational identity, and then you promote shared values. Shared values is the most important thing on this list that I'd say related to our work in clustering. We're gonna have to find common things that put us together. Each one of us runs complex organizations, some really complex, like one of Luthra, others that are just started in their own space and make them unique. But how do we partner based on shared values? Understanding that the environment is the most critical element, it's the health of our children, the access to people to get dignity and resources in their lives. These are common things. So finding this space is going to be a really essential step as we go through clusters. All right. So I've included a couple of these little poll quotes that I'll refer to as we talk through this, but effective leaders demonstrate high levels of self-awareness, are capable of self-management, are socially aware, and able to manage a diverse range of relationships. That's a lot. On my best day, maybe I'm doing 3 of these things, but on a general day, I'm doing maybe 1 of them because it's a lot that we have to go into. But one of the concepts that has been carved out that speaks to a lot of this is emotional intelligence. I don't know if people have heard this term, but it really speaks to another level of development, a level of self-awareness that really thinks about, you're looking at I'm trained in my education as a social worker, and we always talk about use of self, or what some people might say is, you're the toolkit you carry around, the things that you know about yourself, the strengths you have, the implications. I mean, the the impact that you have in others and the way that you work and the things you do. So this is your innate ability to feel and use and learn from your own emotions and from others in the group. So how do you understand who you are in that relationship? How do you understand when you're sitting in that group, what does that bring to the table and how can you have an impact or what impact do you bring? It's this concept of being self-aware, being able to self-manage, which helps you to then drive a particular objective. As leaders in the not-for-profit sector, what I would say we have in common, one thing, is that we are what I call autonomous problem solvers. We tend to get recognized, put in our positions, promoted, celebrated, because we are the person that figures out how to get there. No matter what it is, we don't have lots of money, we don't have a lot of attention, nobody knows what we do, nobody understands the structure we operate with. Our board members don't focus on it because they're running around, and we are somehow make our way through because we are that autonomous problem solver, which is a very, very important thing. At the same time, being an autonomous problem solver has another implication, which is that people tend to think, well, you'll do it all. and there's good evidence because you do it all, right? So how do we then recognize that's who we are, that's what we do, that makes us survive, makes our organization flourish, and yet at the same time, how do we then partner with that? Because the reality is, if you talk about, say, the concept of an umbrella organization, and those churches, those small, scrappy, neat churches that are out there, maybe they're feeding 25 people, but they're so proud of those 25 people. And they're so proud of the journey they took to change their own networks, to make that 25 people a priority for them. They're not necessarily going to want to give up that sense of what they own to be underneath the operation of a larger entity where they don't feel like they maybe have recognized. So we have to create spaces where everybody can have their ownership and yet also feel like I'm getting something more beneficial out of this partnership. That starts when we think about our own direct relationship with those around us. What does that mean and how can we craft that? So if you think about the partnerships you have had and you think about the success, I'm betting that some of it comes because it was very intended. But I'm also betting that some of it comes out of accident. We all just showed up on this day together and we found there was a solution. So when you think about things like Hurricane Dorian, when you think about the food distribution network, they happened because there was a circumstance. They weren't thought about, they weren't planned, but the partnerships that came forward were in response to a crisis. And many things come out of a crisis, right? They're very disruptive and engaging activities, but they don't necessarily stay. So the conversations when things were happening now about how do we develop those things, they require this. They require us looking internally and making some decisions, some thoughts about what we bring to the table. Because we're doing so not in a crisis environment. We're doing so with a little bit more of a space to think about and construct something that not only works for the moment, but can work long term. Any points on that? Or yes?
So I have a question. So
Yeah.
how do you, one of the things, I think one of the challenges is, a lot of leaders, because they're self-driven, they tend to be a bit more autocratic and less emotionally intelligent, or, what I mean? So when they're collaborating, they tend to find leaders are rubbing up against each other.
Right.
How do you solve that? Because I think I see that a lot. You might have two groups that are very doing the same thing, but the leaders can't seem to, they have an issue between each other. So it's like that. Yeah, but how do you solve that? Because I do see that.
I think there's two things. I think sometimes that as leaders, we do change ourselves in two circumstances. One, when we have to. You're dealing with a donor and you have to adapt your style because you need to engage the way that donor wants you to respond to. You run into government and Minister A is very different than the last administration's Minister A, and you have to now change a bit of what you're doing because you have to for it to go forward. But the other concept is because you've now planned to do so based on the fact that you understand there's a value attached to it. So if we then say that we are going to partner, maybe where we have to start, and maybe that what gets through that kind of, as you said, that autocracy or that vision of that I own and know the answer, is through the first realization that maybe there are other things we haven't solved yet. So, yes.
I think the challenge of when you get those clusters and groups together, how do they work? And I
So,
think maybe from the
But
get-go-
so what I'm saying is having a common goal that everybody can buy into. And again, we tend to think about, we want the big lofty goals that everything is going to be fixed, but the reality is maybe it's the smaller things that are giving us hard times on our day-to-day basis, that are places we might want to think about starting. So to Rashema's point, we all do HR, we all do legal operations, we all do this, and we all do it as a tinier part of our existence. If we're able to say, hey, if we partner together as organizations, all the organizations in Grand Bahama, all the organizations in Eleuthera, all the organizations here, and we say one thing we're all struggling with is, for example, communications. We're all paying X amount, or we're all, stealing off of some company's data plan because we don't have our, and we go forward and say, how could we do this better? If it makes sense to help you in your ways, no matter how autocratic you are, there's a reason why you might open the door to change. So I think making it practically and tangibly valuable might also be a strategy that we want to think about, and thinking about where we want to start, which means in our self-awareness that, again, we all have common, think about all the environmental groups. They all believe that the Bahamas and protecting the natural spaces is crucial, but each one of them has a very different take on what that is and where they want to be. Some do the exact same thing and still believe we got to hold on to our organization. We wouldn't merge with organization B because of whatever. So you're not going to make gains on just the fact that we all agree on the world should be a better place. It's got to be more specific and more tangible and more valuable in your day to day. So when we think about how to start, maybe it's smaller rather than bigger. So partnerships can start, and clusters can start around things that are very, very practically valuable.
It could be something like fundraising, or how do you get?
Maybe so, but I think, again, you mentioned this. Think about a database of funders. How many of us are really comfortable to get those relationships that we've managed and we've cultivated and pushed and pulled and plunk it into a common place where anybody else can reach out to?
Only that I think we might end up exhausting the donor.
So in that way, in a general sense, that could be dangerous. But to Mark's point, if we identify a funder who really wants to say, I want to have a presence in Eleuthera and Grand Bahama, and that one thing, then very practically, yes, you would say, well, we're not going to get that person by ourselves. So there's a real reason why I want to partner with another group. I want to find the person that I think is, or the group of organizations that I think is really going to connect with us, and we can start our partnership on this very specific opportunity, because otherwise it wouldn't exist.
So in essence, we need to be more cognizant or mindful of the bigger picture rather than our individual selves. And I think in leadership, some people, some of us, we need to look beyond ourselves and the fact that it's uncomfortable,
Right.
but more or less look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is we want to see a better Bahamas.
Right.
We want to reach more individuals, and in doing so, we turn around and we pull up our socks and do what we gotta do.
Right.
That's
You
why
want
I
to do
thought
this
they
one?
tried by Elon Musk, because we're in a certain way to do Tesla, when you put it out on open source, that anyone else can take.
Right.
But by the time he was already a year ahead, but she was gonna share it with everyone, because his main objective was to get that uptake on that.
So I'm going to hand it back over to Stefan to take us a little bit through this, but to your point, we need to understand that we're in it for the big picture. But I think we also at the same time need to figure out what are those tiny little vexing things that, or the opportunities that we're really interested in, that's going to be where the crux of the partnership starts. I think if we do that, there's a formula where we understand it's for a longer purpose. But we're all busy folks with very limited bandwidth. sometimes doing it just for the loftier goal isn't going to keep us in it for the way you need to, but doing it for the specific thing that you can see will bring value and stuff to your, and bring value, added value to your organization, that might be the anchor.
One other point is that, I think too, there will be some sponsors who are just always gonna give you,
Yeah.
you know, because they know you
Yeah.
and they are interested in just that they good with it, you know? So, yeah, it's not gonna be a way around that. But a lot of times it will be the bigger umbrella where everybody would have, you know, like you said, like Grand Bahamas, somebody in Nassau, somebody working on the common goal of all of them. And then we all share it, you know? I'm just trying to think a little bit of like the let's swim,
Right.
you know, there's like somebody who's just in because that's their baby only, you know? So they might not be interested in the other stuff, but that's not to say that we can't keep doing what we're doing and we share what we can, you know?
When we talk about the resources session, we'll definitely unbundle that a little bit more, but yeah, there are bigger multilateral funders who want to put money into the Caribbean or even the Bahamas, and they want it, but they're basing it on a certain amount of numbers. Very few of our organizations might be able to meet those numbers, but if we were working collectively, instead of the money going to another Caribbean country where they're already organized, or they have, you know, higher population, all of a sudden, you can now, if we're better conversing with each other, we can explore, oh, that's how we're gonna do this, that's what we can bring ourselves close. So there definitely are other opportunities that can only be met by this versus the person who's like, my kid went to your swimming program, it made a whole difference, I'm never gonna do anything but that thing. Right.
Right, okay, so. I think inherently, there are a lot of challenges for leadership when it comes to nonprofit organizations that we need to be aware of. Because they impact the way that we function internally, but they will also impact the way that we function in collaboration with other organizations. And one paradoxical issue is the way in which successful NGO leaders manage the tensions that are inherent with being a strong individual, while still appearing to be highly participative and collegial in the way that they manage. And I think that when you work in this industry, to see some measure of success often requires strength and creativity and innovation. And I feel like when you get it, or we kind of have this thing where we talk about knowing who a nonprofit person is, like you could always tell when someone works with or has experience working with nonprofit organizations, because there are certain things that we tend to run into. And in leading an organization through those challenges, you find that when you have certain types of personalities or styles or modes of working, that managing those styles and modes of working in the context of working with other people on your team and with other organizations can present some challenges. So one of the first ones is unrealistic and artificial demands placed by donors. This is a big thing that I'm sure many of us have run into. Some of it deals with the actual process of fundraising and the way that we communicate what our needs are and what our capacity is. But, you know, many of us have also run into donors who have lofty ideas on saving and changing the world, and they're not going to necessarily do it. You have some folks who are hands-on, but they expect it to be done. And so when you want to manage a relationship, what you find is that there is pressure to not only take on these unrealistic and artificial demands, but to execute them. And executing those demands can put somewhat of a strain on your human resources and your partnerships when you don't necessarily have the capacity or you're not structured to take on what's placed before you. Another thing that is inherent to that process is tight project schedules. So when you think about an NPO leader with a team or in the context of a cluster, if we are working through projects, one of the things that we are always cognizant of is making sure that we're on timeline, that we're on scope, that we're on budget. And when we look at the schedules of projects, particularly when they're lined up to other projects, it can create an atmosphere that makes effective leadership and applying some of those things that Matt would have mentioned when it comes to emotional intelligence and factoring that into the way that we lead and engage with people, it makes it difficult because there's this sort of delicate balance between remembering that you're dealing with people all around. That's your team, that's your partners, that's your stakeholders, that's your beneficiaries. And then there's this black and white sort of document that tells you, you have to do this by now and by then. So it does create a bit of a challenge. Over hasty timeframes, this is something that is somewhat related to tight project schedules, but sometimes we want to make an impact and make a change in a way that doesn't necessarily factor in all of the realities. And then when we've made those commitments, once again, we have to live up to them in some way or the other. And so understanding that change takes time is very important. And when you understand that change takes time, you need to factor it into the way that you actually fundraise and do your work. I think what was interesting in the current project that we're working on at org, our donors from the Templeton Religion Trust, we met with them and they actually told us about the scope of what we were trying to do. And they were like, y'all think y'all gonna be able to? And I was like, Matt, what is this? Like, this is the first time I have ever heard from a donor. And they're like, slow down a little bit. Like normally it's, oh, that's great. And I think you could also save the children and then save the trees. And then, so it was like, to hear from our donor, which I think was rare, and I hope that it becomes more of a normal thing. And this, of course, was in the face of COVID and all of the other challenges that they recognize were happening. Dealing with those over hasty timeframes can be stressful and it can be challenging. Expectation of quick results, once again related, taking it a step further. What we expect to see sometimes isn't rooted necessarily in a theory of change that looks at what our sphere of influence and what our sphere of control, what our sphere of interests are. And those three different spheres are really important to be able to give attention to, because when we don't think about what we can actually influence and what we can actually change based on our own capacity, what ends up happening is our expectations of what the results should look like and when sort of become skewed. So we think that we're going to change the culture because we have a great concept and a great program. And that's not to say that we can't, but it is to say that in order for us to do that and to lead a team or be a part of a group as a leader, we have to maintain good expectations of what results can and should look like. And then what the difference between what quick results are versus long-term results. Questions of credibility and confidence of NGO leaders. So this is a thing that comes up for several reasons as a challenge for NGO leaders, because we are at this point in the Bahamas, we are a lesser organized sector. And so what it means to be a credible leader changes from sector, subsector to subsector, from organization to organization. And one of the great benefits of civil society and nonprofit organizations is that in many instances, they are organizations that anyone with an interest or passion can be a part of. But as you begin to get into different areas of specialty, it does beg the question of what credibility should exist within a particular leader. And why that becomes problematic for leadership is because when you have a team, or when you have volunteers, when you have members from the community, when you have partner organizations that don't necessarily understand or have confidence in you as a leader, it does create a bit of a problematic environment to navigate through. Lack of sustainability. Oh man, this could be a book, this could be a day, this could be a year, because I think that sometimes I wouldn't say we confuse funding with sustainability, but it is easy to blur the lines that because you have money or resources to do a project at a particular time, that means that it's going to last, or that it's set up to have a lasting impact. So when you think about, once again, like the sphere of influence and theories of change in general, sustainability looks at things that allow you to plan for succession, that allow you to recruit volunteers and to partner with other organizations. And sometimes making this happen is just difficult because maybe there's a person you don't necessarily have all the time that you need to think about what sustainability looks like. Maybe there is a skills or a training gap because strategic planning and incorporating sustainability is definitely a skill. It's not just something that you get up, think about an issue, and you can research a particular issue and you can get training, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have studied or observed what the landscape looks like. And it just takes a lot of time to really think about how do I get to the goal first and foremost, but how do I make sure in getting there that my process of getting there is sustainable? The next point is limited resources. So, you know that this is the cry of our sector, that there's always a need for more, and leading in a space where your resources are limited can present a whole lot of challenges. Limited resources don't only show up in program operations, but it also shows up in internal operations. You want to, for those that manage a team, for example, you want to be able to incentivize your staff. For those that maybe work more independently, even creating incentives for your volunteers and your beneficiaries, strengthening your programs, expanding your reach. Creating sustainability is expensive, like it's not just something that you wake up and do. And so limited resources is a challenge for NPOs in general, but when you think about the leadership of an NPO, it creates just more of an environment of challenge and strain. And then finally, this starvation is a mentality, I believe. We have a little.
It's time to set the bar, yeah.
Right, so we talked a little bit about this starvation mentality with regard to the way that we structure our operations. And I think that what this means, and you could sort of chip in if I miss anything, but my understanding of us working in this starvation mentality is just sort of doing a lot with the bare minimum without necessarily taking time to consider what is actually needed, or doing it in a way that is successive and allows you to achieve what you can achieve with where you're at, and making strategies that sort of match what your actual capacity is, rather than trying to do 10 things with enough funding or resources to really do one. And I think on an operational level, what it does is it creates programming that might be great in theory, but is really, really difficult in execution. But it also creates an environment that is potentially harmful to you as an individual, mentally, physically, because you're operating much beyond your capacity. And further complicating that when it comes to leading an organization or working in a capacity of a leader in a cluster is when you work in a way like this, you're not just managing the program for yourself or managing your own personal, physical, or emotional health, but you're dealing with a group of people. And I think that things can get ugly when we stay working in a space where it's like we never have enough money, we never have enough time, we never feel appreciated, and things can really deteriorate. Something that was once really good can become really problematic quickly when we entrench ourselves in working in this way. I think that it's important to identify challenges, but what we're moving toward is understanding how we develop ourselves as leaders, but even ultimately looking at the way that working in clusters, as we've discussed, can help us move slowly but surely toward some resolution to some of these challenges that are just inherent to NPO leadership. So we'll keep going.
There were two comments from
From Zoom?
from Zoom
Okay,
that were made,
okay, so I see
both, I think, from
Siobhan.
Siobhan, which I
Okay,
think were
so you
important.
said like this concept, what I normally suggest is that each organization conduct frequent SWOT analyses and pass-fill testing on their organization. So Siobhan, I'm familiar with SWOT analysis, which looks at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to an operation at any level, to a project, to a concept, to an entire organization. But if you want to quickly plug what a pass-fill test is, because I'm not sure.
So I'm trying to think what the acronym is, but it looks at external factors.
Okay,
Political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental.
right.
So
okay.
it's looking at all the things that hit you.
Right, so an analysis of the factors that influence
Right.
your operation.
Oh,
Okay,
pardon me. Yes, you explained it correctly, Mr. Aubrey. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
okay, thanks for that. And then it is vital that NPOs know what their strengths and weak areas are that need to be improved and get feedback from, there's so much going on, from the community is key. Public consultation, that is a staple of org that we take very seriously. And so engaging with your stakeholders, with the community is always going to be a really, really important thing that helps to put everything into context and ground the work that you're doing. So completely agree.
And it showed me how to do this.
Oh,
And
I'm just kind of holding
much like the other technology, it's not behaving. So,
on.
Yes, I'm muted.
oh, there it is. Got it. Okay, good. All right. So we have much in the same mode of the starvation model. We all tend to take on more than we actually can do. So we find ourselves with a little less time than I would have liked to go through some of these next slides. So some of it I'm going to accelerate because we have a little bit of an exercise at the end that I'd like us to take a few minutes to do. So when we're talking about leadership, I'm going to give you the reference to a couple of different things. I share this slide basically to say that the not-for-profit leadership is complex and has a number of different areas of competency that we tend to look at. So in kind of like you're looking at the Maslow's hierarchy, right? So the contextual, analytical, strategic, interpersonal, educational, and political competencies. Contextual really means you have to have a context in the existence where you are. You need to know your neighborhood, the environment, the space, the place that looks to. An analytical competency, you have to have the capacity to make kind of that decision of like, I'm going to do something based on a rationale, based on some data, based on an understanding, like if I do this, this change will happen. If I educate, the community about the environment, they'll be more sensitive and less likely to pollute. If I give people food, they're less likely to fall deeper into poverty, whatever that analytical component, but also being strategic about that. So how do I do it in a way that isn't going to, either make the problem more complicated or in a short-term way, leave us without the capacity to build forward. Interpersonal competency. We need to understand that we engage with others in order for us to be successful and not just be great and we run that one organization where we're the one person in that organization. We've got to buy into others. We've got to get folks around us. We've got to make sure that they understand and that we know that sense of competency, whether it be in our staff, our board, our team, our community. Educational competency. We need to be able to pass and transfer information. If we're going to be effective at changing things, it's very hard to do so if you're the only one who knows all the best information. You're the only one who knows how to do things. So how do you do that? How do you make sure that you're competent in getting the information that is purposeful and valuable into the hands of someone else? That way you expand your capacity, that way you achieve your mission. And then political. We need to understand those things that are floating out there that sometimes prohibit us. The cultural norms, the environment that we live in, the very specifics of the politics and the interface with government. If we are the non-for-profit solution, what does that mean about what the other for-profit groups are? What does that mean about the other government entities that are there? So when we think about our competencies, all of these are existing as a streamlined process. However, each one is very specific and concrete. On the next slide, which you will get all of these, are some best practices of how to achieve and go through, what is the standard of got it.
Go back.
Go back in the presentation or go back in?
No, no, you could. Okay. Let's see.
Good.
Let's see.
We need to be comfortable applying new technologies. Some of us are less comfortable. We need to be curious and expand the external environment, track changes, analyze, respond ways to circumstances. We need to be strong communicators. We need to deal with interpersonally. We need to motivate our staff and deal with a cross section of our society. And then ultimately, we need to be able to balance those competing demands. So Stefan talked a little bit about the starvation mindset. The starvation mindset, just to tag on that quickly, also speaks to the fact that we are able to do a lot with a little. And that's an amazing hallmark of us. At the same time, we set that expectation for others. So our funders, it's amazing how much government spends on project A and how much you run that same project for. And the difference between those two, you're like, well, we don't need all that resources. But there's an answer that probably more than what you typically ask for is actually what's required to do the work. We tend to get in the juggling act. So thinking about how we balance those competing demands is also based in the short term versus the long term. We need to balance that. But I think there's also some things to point to, and this is why I think opens up the door for clusters. So founder leaders, if you are that person that started that organization or you're in that core group, they've done some research and they tend to find that they can drive incredible commitment and they have an amazing ability to mobilize people. If you started the ground from something that was nothing that shows that you've been able to kind of get people into your vision, your idea, and bring forward resources. At the same time, you also can be criticized for dominating an organization. Are you seen as the only entity within that organization? Are you seen as the only reason why that organization exists? As well as having a lack of accountability, because you started the thing. So what are the checks and balances? And then adapting to changing circumstances. So when we think about the nature of how organizations are, where they are, we also understand that there's traits related to what we bring forward. Some of these they're very positive that also have other sides to it. Not to say that you're not going to always balance that out or that it's negative. Somebody needs to be a mobilizer. They need to be an inspirer in order to get things going. At the same time, all of these other things have to kick in too. So trying to get a sense of who you are and where you are helps us to be more effective as leaders. So we'll go over this later today. I'm going to come back to it, as well as this chart. To say that simply there are different types of leaders.
Sorry.
One of the things I wanted to take just a few minutes with, maybe 3 minutes, and then we can go. We have to go down to lunch. So we're going to talk. I just want to express. There are many models of leadership. This is not the definitive one, but to say that there are different types of leaders. We're going to just, in our own minds, suspend your belief about leadership for a minute, and let's say we're all assigned colors, right? We're all assigned as a leader. Green leaders, they bring everyone together. They resolve conflicts and they ensure that everybody's feeling good about what we're doing. They're great at building those relationships. They create a positive environment. These are your people, right? Our yellow leaders, they push the team forward with action. They're leading, they're charged. They're carrying the flag up the hill. They motivate people, they keep those teams focused, and they're super persuasive in getting their way. They're very much seen as reliable folks who have follow through and get stuff done.
Sorry. Screen's not shared
all right.
with Zoom.
So our red leaders, if anybody ever watched Star Trek, these are your Spocks. These they lead with logic. They're very specific in the way that they track things. They analyze the goals, the measures against the goals. They're working on how we can, systemically get to that space. They're very organized, super budgets are always on time. Reports are always done early. These are your red leaders. And then the blue leaders are your big picture thinkers. They're the dreamers. They inspire. They bring ideas. They approach problems. They're always thinking and brainstorming and looking for other ways we can go. And they have that kind of vision up at the top level. So if we're just taking the theory that those are our leader models for the moment, not to say that and most people are part of all of these things, or maybe these things at different times. Looking at your own self, which of these are you most often? Are you a green or a blue or a yellow or a red?
I could tell you who my wife is.
Okay. She's not here, so no one will tell. This is whatever happens here stays here, but go ahead, yeah.
Oh, she's a red.
She's a red,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
She's very logical.
Always charts on time, like that. I'm probably more blue.
Okay.
Where we're going, the vision
Mhm.
of it. And so in a way, that's why we work together good,
Mhm.
because you gotta have the record keeping and the planning as far as all of that,
Mhm.
and then where we're going with it.
I think that's true, that's great. Mark, what do you?
More of a green.
You're a green, all right, yeah.
I am wearing a bright color. I love the yellow.
You're yellow, you lead the charge. That's what y'all kind of doing, yeah.
Keeping it balanced. It happens when you combine green and yellow chartreuse.
Green and yellow, or blue. But which one are you most often?
But I like the action.
Right. Zoom folks, who are our Zoom folks?
If I can chime in,
Yes, please.
yeah, I would say I'm a rainbow. I'm a mixture of all. It depends on the situation.
So the reality, most people are, but which one are you most often?
I would say I'm more for green,
Okay,
but yeah, it depends.
great. Other Zoom folks?
I would say I'm more of a yellow. Yeah, I'm blue secondary, but
Okay.
a little bit of all.
Got it.
I would say that I'm a rainbow too, like we all are, but I would say green. I would
Okay.
say green, and if I had to choose a second, it would definitely be yellow.
Okay, got it.
I think I'm more green,
Green.
and then my secondary would be red. I think I'm logically, I think logically most times.
Okay. More?
Sorry, I can say. I got lost on you. I,
You have to step on what he is.
I was seeing if there are any answers, but
Oh.
Stefan, which are you?
I think I'm a red.
You think you're a red?
I'm definitely always analyzing and talking about what makes logical sense to do, talking about capacity and goals and I would say maybe secondarily yellow.
I'm sky blue.
Yeah. Yes, yes. That is-
So the reality is though, just as we said, we all are rainbows at different times. The other thing to say is that each of these can be very successful. And each of them also contain challenges. So when you're thinking about a group or the power of a cluster, the design is that you do want the rainbow, right? You do want who's going to do what, and there has to be some thought about who's going to do what and why. You can't just have, a cluster where everybody's.
I think that when
Happy.
it's a stress.
What's that?
When you are with a degree, you tend to get the stress and then.
You can get the stress, and what's interesting too is what we, in most of, I think, I'm kept tabs, we talked about there's more and more in our group that we've talked about, there are more greens and yellows. So in that way, you need to find who's the red. Sometimes because, as you said, they're complementary. So if we've got lots of folks who are great to be leaders and lots of folks who are bringing folks together and coalescing groups, we need to make sure there's somebody that makes sure there is a plan and we're following that plan. Or we just all get together and make each other feel great and keep storming the next hill. To know that we may move somewhere on a cluster, on an organization, the red can be very powerful. So knowing what you are, there's no shame or no judgment that but any are better or worse. It's your own orientation. And sometimes it's the circumstances you're in that you find who else is on your team. Stefan being a red allows me to be more blue.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've now developed more into this space too, because he engages within that. So there's other opportunities that you can bring forward, you can bring out of that
I know we might
combination.
be interested too, especially if we get to know each other a lot more, is what other people think. you are.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
You know,
Well,
because
there's
a lot of times you might think you're there, but then they'll see you as the other one. you
Right.
know?
that's also that emotional intelligence, that awareness to know like what you bring to the table and what your orientation. At the same time, I would guess that in each of our circumstances, we've had times where we were required to do each of these roles. Where there are times where you need to be the person over the hill, you need to be that, all right, folks, everybody follow me. There are times where it's about that. Groups and teams change. The nature of what's going through that groups have their own stages, and those stages require different types of leadership. Similarly, as you put together a cluster, for whatever reason, so if your cluster was related to, we're gonna develop a database. There are times in that cluster and work towards that goal that each of these things might be very critically important and valuable. So knowing what the circumstances is and then applying them has to be a very active process. So I told Nicole we were going to be going over to lunch, and then we have to be back here for 1:30. So I think we'll take a break at this moment and then start to head over that way. It's a little bit of a walk, so we probably best go as a group, but she will be locking this room. So if you want to leave your stuff here, it is fine. And then if you need to make use of the restroom, they do have one over there as well. But there's one right across the hall if we haven't done it, so.
A different place than we ate at.
Same place, the
Okay.
exact same place, yeah. But it's kind of a walk through the hall and across the, kind of thing, so. So for the folks that are on Zoom, thank you so much for being with us for our morning. We really want you to come back at 1:30. We have a 12 Pinder from Santa Jess International, and she's going to really get into what do clusters look like here. There've been some cluster actions. There's actually current cluster actions that are working. And so she can share it from a very hands-on and Okay. Gail, well, folks just behind them, that's it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. We'll be starting again shortly, just waiting on everyone to get back upstairs. Thank you all so much for being here.
Oh, yeah. ENT education.
And here's Portia.
So maybe we should show the videos?
Yeah. I mean, like
Nice
now?
Ease into, yeah.
Oh, you mean when everyone comes?
Yeah, I mean, like ease in, when folks get in, we'll ease into them.
All right, so we should be able to start everyone in about 5 minutes.
All right.
To say the least.
Yeah, go by, yeah.
Yeah, good, yeah, oh, whatever it is. 8, 9, 4, 5, yeah.
So folks, we're gonna transition from lunch into our afternoon session. Our speaker is running just a few minutes late. She got caught up in traffic. She's on her way. But that video I wanted to show you last week, we're gonna show a couple of those, because it gives a sense of not only what the collaboration potential is from other not-for-profits, but also what the cluster is like. We'll talk a little bit about cluster leadership, and if I timed it right, she'll walk in right as I finish that. So you'll see how that goes. Am I sharing, is this my screen shared or not yet?
I don't think it is.
Okay, got it. Go to Zoom. There it is, and share screen.
We have over 30 million Americans who are or underinsured. We have over 40 million Americans who are living at or below the federal poverty line. The average cost of a one-bedroom apartment in the US, $1,200 per month. We have cities that have new industries and businesses moving in. New people moving in fact, and the community members that have lived in these neighborhoods for generations can no longer afford to stay. Or maybe it's the rural community and the industry that's been at the economic center for that region for as long as anyone can remember, closes with little warning. What are those folks supposed to do? What if you're a 75-year-old who's living on the outskirts of town and you have limited resources, you don't live near accessible public transportation, and you need a shower bench? Why? Because you've had several falls and now you have hospital bills you can't afford. Who is she supposed to call? Or what about you're a 30-year-old single mom and you are low on diapers and formula and payday isn't for 2 more days? You have a promising job interview coming up, but you can't afford the childcare. So who is she supposed to call? So I want you now just to close your eyes for 1 second. I want you to imagine the last, or think about the last natural disaster you remember. Maybe it's Puerto Rico, maybe it's Haiti. And what did you do? Likely, your first response was, I have to do something right now. I'm gonna get on social media. I'm gonna connect with my peer colleagues. What if your organization, maybe you guys partnered with another organization that was raising funds or holding a drive? So you did that with a sense of urgency. And why was that? You saw basic human needs going unmet on a large scale. And you felt called to act, to respond. So when you think about your community members, do you have that same feeling when their needs are going unmet? So who do they call? They likely will call a government agency. I worked as a service coordinator. I took those calls from our community members. And I heard the desperation in their voice when they would cry out for some help, somebody to pull them back from the edge. And sometimes I was able to refer them somewhere. Sometimes there was a program that fit their needs. Sometimes not. Have you ever had to tell somebody they weren't helped enough? Not poor enough? I have. And so I was left with, well, I gotta look for some organization that may be able to fill that need. And so I would look to the nonprofit community in our local area. Who could best serve their needs? And so I would pull up a map and I would find an organization that was in that area and I would refer them. And on the map, it looked like their house wasn't very far from that resource. What we couldn't see on the map was that their apartment was on the other side of a highway from the bus stop they need to take to get to that resource. I couldn't see what their barriers were. Sometimes the barriers aren't captured with data, with numbers. You have to talk to the community members. So I want to talk to you about what I'm doing now. I work for an organization called Global Links. They're a medical surplus recovery organization. It's a nonprofit. They capture medical surplus from the hospital sector as well as the community. They've been working for over 25 years, improving health outcomes in resource-poor communities. They've been working in Latin America and the Caribbean, and they had the brilliant idea. Is there some way we could help our local residents with that same surplus or maybe some other items local folks might need? And so I came in as the first-time program manager, full-time, working for the Community Partners Program. And I wanted to take all of my frustration, all of the sadness I heard day after day and do something about it. So my strategy that I came up with was, I'm going to map our community. I'm going to look at all of those neighborhoods.
Oops, sorry.
That I got all those calls from. How can I get those supplies into where the people need them? Not make them take 2 transfers on a bus they can't afford in hopes that maybe they can get some assistance. So I looked out into the community. I talked to community members. That's who can tell me what the need is. I know what the data says. So I had meetings with community members. I had meetings with not just the big nonprofits, but the little guys, the community-based organizations, to hear how are they struggling to provide services. And so we started some distributions going to those areas, and it was a targeted approach because poverty doesn't look the same everywhere. What works on the north side doesn't work for Homewood. What works in Northview Heights on the north side doesn't work for Manchester, which is also on the north side. We have to have targeted approaches. So these partners were willing to grab my hand to figure out how can we work together to serve our community members. So You know, what if you remember that 75-year-old woman who needed that shower chair? Well, that wasn't a made-up story, that was a real person. And we got her that shower chair. And how did we do it? Through collaboration. Through not looking at each other as competitors. We're a team. What if we changed how we look at the nonprofit sector? What if we changed the order in which people call for help? What if they were able to just walk down the street to the local safety net organization that's there, that knows them, where they're comfortable receiving services? Wouldn't it be great if nonprofits in one neighborhood knew what everybody else was doing? Or what programs they had to offer? What if there was overlap? What if there was a better way, a targeted approach for that neighborhood, not our whole city? Start small, work our way to larger systems. And so my hope is, because we are partnering, I have 25 partners that have reached out and grabbed my hand, 25 of them. We're going to keep growing. But what do you all have to offer? How can you collaborate? What are your skills and talents? What does your organization do? Have you called your other partners in the area? What if we had more funding opportunities to encourage us to collaborate, to make it easier to collaborate? Our job as nonprofit leaders is to clear a path for the voices of our community members. It's not what I think the need is. It's not what everybody in this room thinks the need is. What do the people in need actually need? What are these neighborhoods? What are the programming that they need? We can't work in silos anymore. We can't do it. These community members are in a crisis right now. This is our disaster. We have to step up and be the first responders. So I'm asking you all today, look to the person to the left and right of you. Network, talk about what you do. Where are you from? And how can we join as a team to tighten the safety net? Thank you.
So there's a lot to unpack there, right? And I mean, just from your thought, what were some of the top things that stuck to you? Obviously, it's Pittsburgh. It's a very specific issue a few years back, but what of that made sense here, resonates with what we're talking about?
I think one of the things is you just deal with the big boys and the big things, and I think fall through the cracks. You know, she was talking about the government agencies and even the big NPOs and what, but there's so much more working together in the longer situation.
Right, the need's this big, and small groups can have just as much impact. If placed in the right space and supported in the right space.
So we look to partner now and build these kind of relationships that we're doing right now. It would mean that whenever hurricane season or natural disaster or anything of that magnitude, we would be able to then, in a more cohesive, organized approach and everything. And at the end of the day, we can use the normal everyday issues as our training ground.
What jumped out at me, and I think my involvement at Zonta first made me aware of it. Our Zonta Club, we sponsor females who are interested in doing courses in whatever, whatever is being offered. But we recognize right away that they want to go, but what are they going to do with kids?
Right.
You know, so when we talk about collaboration, we need to think about all of that. all of them. And I think that was something we spoke of in our little meeting the last time we were here. So, yeah.
You gotta really, and she's gotta create that pathway.
Mhm.
Like, what are we doing to make sure that every step is managed and that
Yes.
there's a vision that is real to them? I think, I mean, I thought her approach and her challenge was in its simplicity also.
Yes, yes.
So she was already, that's a tech talk.
Yeah,
So she was already in an environment where there were a lot of people who was probably thinking of that enclave
mhm,
that all those years ago.
Right.
And having an opportunity to do exactly that same thing, and because all people don't know, search themselves out, they choose it, they give an opportunity together as a large library, and then you throw that challenge out. Those little groups, those little clusters that
Right.
start forming, and then they can, you can give them the, should we say, the plan. Very good plan. Here's like the framework, you know, how you go forward, your leadership, these things, and challenge people to do that.
Yeah.
Just say, change it, actually give you something, right?
right, we have to have a pathway too,
Yeah.
right? It can't just be, like, there has to be seconds. Man, we were just talking about that, I guess, at lunch also, that we don't inherently organize or get together. Because maybe
Yeah.
we're just all so busy in our own lanes, doing our own thing, because there are gaps, I mean, that you would have come to Nassau for a training or we're going to Grand Bahama. These are not typically easy things. It's not, we gotta make it available and do it. And yet we'll do it very often when UN comes and has an event, or somebody from the outside, or government is having a day. We go like, we don't do that for ourselves, but if we have greater proximity, maybe there would be greater opportunity. And that's kind of what these sessions are organized around, is if we bring ourselves together and we give ourselves the credit that we have the answers, but we kind of tease out these ideas, we can create something that is uniquely for us, by us in this sector, and we don't do that too often.
I know that, so like, they listen or perhaps someone do it, but they create like cooperatives.
Mhm.
See where it benefits them.
Right.
So when she was talking about, and what Oregon's doing is, what I see a cooperative
Mhm.
and me, like, as it relates to us as nonprofits, so.
Right.
Where there's a central unit and everyone knows the other person, so like in this unit, we know we can reach out. This one for specific needs related to swimming and ocean survivability.
Right.
Not only that, we know we want to incorporate food and health into everything. So we know within our network itself, we have these key players.
I think that's building on the strength of things we have in common. If we know the resources, we tend to find a way. I gotta find a person who's gotta, get a pickup truck, because we gotta get somebody to live. I know how to get that person.
Right.
But if we only have a limited scope, and we don't see all the other people that have the resources, we're not fully able to do that. So I think that's a great point. I also think, I love the perspective that she had, that it started with the problems of the people. She started there. Too often we apply a solution without fully understanding the issue. And so the solution that worked for people in that community, and I would say in our communities, is getting the map clearer so that they understand where they can go and help give them a space. Whereas I think what we saw, I remember when folks were brought from Abaco and then placed at Ken Liza's. And then various groups showed up to try and these poor people, they didn't know who this person was versus that person. But it was Tuesday, so this group was in. And Wednesday, there was another group in, and this group was here for food security, and that group was here for child education. It was, how can you even get a sense of your own self that you can actually help yourself to build back when everybody is coming in if you don't have an understanding of why they are. Neither has been even asked where you are, much less do they speak you in the language that you speak, in those types of challenges. So a lot of opportunity that I think we can bring from it. So that was the first one. Anybody on Zoom, is there any points or things you would want to make related to that video? Feel free to, I'll say a chat here, I'll go check that chat. Oh, the volume is low. Okay, so we'll work on that. All right, Gail, thank you. Okay. All right. And then, so the next video, which is a lot shorter, but when we talk about, actually, let me go back a second. Okay, yeah. So we've talked a little bit about what collaboration looks like, what leadership is, and so this is the intersect of leadership related to that cluster environment. Creating space proximity, that's going to be one of our answers. Making sure that we have regular spaces for us to meet. But we also, because we're so purposeful, we're not just going to meet arbitrarily. It might be great that somebody decides that every Thursday night is, 2-for-1 drinks at a bar and we all get together that circumstance. But the reality is, as purposeful people, we need reasons to get together that mean something for what we're trying to achieve. So setting proximity is going to be important. You've got to determine what those goals are and how they can be. Similarly, if you're just in a free-form group, the first bit of your time will be like we did at lunch, sharing the war story. How terrible it is the bank, what it is to do on my own, all these things. After a certain point, you're not achieving much. So it feels good to collaborate or know that there are other people that are in the same challenge, but you're going to now need to have a function, and it needs to be some levels of how is this thing structured. So leadership is such a critical part of this. Coming together as a group and hashing out ideas is done all over the place, but it doesn't really move us forward. So when we look at a concept around cluster leadership or cluster action leadership, so leaders' success as change agents depends on their ability to delegate work to talented colleagues, so freeing time to build coalitions, develop strategic alliances, and work as kind of boundary spanners across organizational lines. Now, that defines NPO leaders. So we are functionally equipped to do this. If you're going to lead or drive a part of an organization or the whole organization, you kind of need to be able to do these things. That means we've got to then apply that to a bigger stance. How do we then start to look at what do we get leadership within these clusters? Everybody can get together, but what do they take us somewhere? So what do we get from the cluster leadership and the NGOs putting together in clusters and working to kind of direct that? We get improved lesson learning, responsive management. So that means that it's not just we've set a vision and we're going to go blindly toward that vision, but that we're learning as we grow. Improved strategic priorities and structures are perceived. So not only do you believe that what you're doing is working on, but that there'll be a broader sense. So if there's 6 groups that are working together, that now multiplies the capacity not only for intake of information and decision making, but also in terms of how long we can stretch a thing out or how strategic we can. Too often as an individual organization, we have a plan and we have a limited amount of resources, and then we work against that and we do the best we can to achieve it. But is it comprehensive? Has it hit all the opportunities? Has it made the points that we wanted to get made? Not usually. And if we have other entities that are bought in, that can help us to achieve it. The involvement in an NGO also increases, that's a little bit, I just talked about that, sorry. But NGOs, particularly those with cluster experience, we can fill the gaps. So if we've identified, hello, Paul, how are you?
Hi, everybody.
So if we've identified a key issue that government is not meeting or that exists in our circumstance or has risen, we're seeing just the discussion related to domestic violence, COVID vaulted that forward. And now we're starting to see more and more of that happening. Where now that is out there, the government systems are not able to respond to it. So a cluster that was organized can meet a particular need in a geography or already has some basis of understanding to address or understand why an issue is being raised. And then ultimately, which is also the long-term sustainability solution, that cluster leadership can also improve transparency, make sure that decision-making is a lot sounder because it's coming from multiple directions. And that is quite appealing to potential funders. So that accesses and manages and drives funding in a way that more than one organization might be able to achieve, whether based on when we talk about numbers that a funder might want to see, or a particular focus that may not be addressed. We can also look at 3 or 4 organizations that have been working together and have a history, might be better served to address that. I'm going to pause here as I segue to our quite esteemed speaker. So we are very, very, very glad. We've talked a little bit about, today we've talked about the concepts of leadership and what that looks like. Last week, we introduced the concept of collaboration and a little bit about what a cluster model might be. But the great thing about it is we not only have a really great leader, but somebody who has been working in these types of clusters, and more specifically, those clusters here for us to listen and learn from. So Etoile Pinder, who is joining us.
That's me.
We fought through midday traffic in Nassau with no simple is going to talk to us and kind of lead us through a little more specifically what are clusters, what have they been, what are they looking like here, and other insights. So we have an assembled group also online, so I'll be fielding questions as they come forward.
Brilliant.
The camera is there.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's all right. But we're that heavy. Thank you so much. And you're, oh, sorry. Yes, that's before we start, we got to super out.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. People on the virtual world. So yeah, just a quick bit to give you, I wear a lot of different hats, so I'm going to be talking to you with the hat I have on my shirt, which is the UNICEF hat. And that it's how I'm going to sort of start the discussion, which is following Hurricane Dorian, worst natural emergency that the Bahamas has ever faced.
Oh, okay.
We had a fascinating thing occur, which was we had hundreds of international organizations all fly in, all wanting to help. You think this would be a great thing? It's a serious problem because the level of coordination, the level of just basically making sure everybody's actually working with the same end goal. This is difficult, especially in a small island developing state when everybody who works for the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Health, or that you name the ministry that needed assistance, there's only 2 people who can really be liaising with all of these NGOs coming in. Most countries have a previously set up system that is the cluster system. So that, which is led by OCHA, which is the UN humanitarian arm that oversees this. So typically what happens is these clusters are already set up. And then when an emergency happens, everybody sort of knows where they fit in. I didn't get into all the details of how the Bahamas is different, but let's just say that didn't happen. So Dorian was on top of being a humanitarian disaster, was essentially an organizational disaster as well. So I'm gonna just start with that. So I don't know how much Matt's already gone over what the cluster system is and how it originated. It originates from a humanitarian response because this is not something new. What happened with Dorian, there have been tsunamis, there have been earthquakes, there have been volcanoes, there has been war. Like it doesn't just have to be a natural disaster. The cluster system is used in Syria, it's actually being simultaneously used right now, both to deal with conflict and to deal with the natural disaster of the earthquakes. So in 2005, the UN system came up with the humanitarian reform agenda. And one of the new key things about this was the cluster approach. So typically what it is each of the main UN agencies heads up one of the clusters, which I'll get into in a bit. And then it's known in advance who they are going to be working with should a disaster occur, because there's big international organizations like IFRC, which will have their local Red Cross as well. There are all the big agencies that are working throughout. So that's already analyzed. I'll get into the details. So this is what the UN system uses. We have a cluster for health led by WHO, logistics, World Food Program. I know it's interesting. You would think World Food Program deals with food. No, they are the logistics folks. They get everything moved around, which is really difficult during an emergency. Nutrition is led by UNICEF. Protection is UNHCR. Shelter, this is where IFRC, the Red Cross, at the international level, is actually one of the non-UN agencies that's a lead. So they're already in there for shelter. We deal with WASH, which is water, sanitation, and hygiene. This is camp coordination and camp management, which is a lot of what IOM will be leading. And so for us here, it was really IOM, and UNHCR was sort of back. Early recovery, always UNDP. Debris removal, you can't do anything when all your roads are blocked by the earthquake, the volcanic ash, the whatever it happens to be. And then education will be Save the Children as the non-UN agency if they were going to be present in your country. Otherwise, it's on UNICEF. And then again, very similar with the logistics, WFP deals with telecom. Finally, food security is FAO does come in with World Food Program. So WFP, they do something with food. So that's good. The big picture of all of this, though, is that you have it set up in advance. So already people know what their roles and responsibilities are. They already know who is going to be doing what, because they have a pre-agreed upon prioritization. They already have it known who is going to do what. So I can move things.
Yeah. We've already determined we want one of these.
So this really, I cannot stress enough, having that agreement in advance on the big picture. This isn't because we don't know if the storm for us is going to hit Abaco or it's going to hit Crooked Island. But if we know in advance who is supposed to be doing what, it avoids the duplication, which is just a waste of resources. It often actually impedes assistance because you have too many people in a small, already stressed area trying to do the same thing. Does not help. The needs assessments, the gap analysis, and the prioritization. This is where I think it's a really good thing that then plays out. It doesn't matter if it's a non-humanitarian setting. This is just like us on a regular day in the Bahamas. This, you know what beneficiaries don't want? To be asked the same questions 3 times by 3 different groups. They don't want ORG coming along and saying, what are your food needs? And then having Hands for Hunger come along 2 months later and say, what are your food needs? And then having the Salvation Army come along 2 months later and say, what? No, this is not what we want, right? So needs assessments, one of the biggest issues with getting high quality data in a needs assessment, beneficiaries just tired. They're like, nah, these people came by 2 months ago. They already asked me this, they didn't help me. So you get that too many times, you get distrust in the system. It's not good for anything. And really having this coordinated, the prioritization, even if it's prioritization in different groups. So we have prioritized that Red Cross is going to assist the elderly and single mothers and children under the age of 10. And Hands for Hunger is going to deal with single men who are unemployed. Whatever it happens to be, we can actually prioritize by groups and just know then that all the relevant beneficiaries who need assistance can be assisted. Strategy development, you know, sort of this sectoral plan, and I'm going to walk you through a little bit what we're doing in the WASH sector now. If we have some basic harmonization, between what the different CSOs in each sector is doing, we're all going to be better off. The Bahamas is going to be better off. Advocacy. So, see, this is when it's a little too exciting. Okay. So, okay, we've gone and we've worked out, but now we need funding. Does it also make sense that a 12 little NGO over here is gonna go to Life Key Foundation and say, hey, you guys got money for me? But then Mass Little Foundation over there is gonna go to Life Key Foundation and say, hey, you got money for me, and they're gonna be like, well, what are you doing? We both say we're doing the same thing. You know what annoys donors? That. Like, come to us with a concerted effort of what you guys are doing. We're a tiny country. We should be organized and have it that we can do our advocacy much better. I'm not talking about advocacy on the financial side, but it's also true messaging to the public, right? So say we want to do a whole campaign in the Bahamas to increase childhood vaccination rates. Right now, our MMR rate is very, very, very low, potentially dangerously low. We don't need to have mixed messages going out there because NGO 1 is saying, you need to go to private providers and you need to go do this. And then Ministry of Health, so not even a CSO, but we got to be mindful, we should work with government agencies when relevant. They're going out and putting out a separate message. We need to have our advocacy to our beneficiaries also be somewhat harmonized, because again, we're too small for it to be super muddled up. Not that we don't have different priorities and different thoughts, but there should not be confusion for the people that we're trying to help. Reporting, Matt already brought it up even in that little bit that came in. Unless we know what we're doing well and what we're doing badly, we're not going to be able to ask for more money. Like, that's a basic thing with this. So if you just got a grant from Templeton and they gave you $100,000 to go, you know, increase the percentage of Bahamian children under the age of 18 who can swim. This is a very worthy thing. Let's go and do that. And then you go back to them a year later and you're like, okay, can we get another $100,000? You know what they're going to ask? How many people did you teach them? Like, what was your impact? We've got to be able to monitor better and then report on what is being going on. The contingency planning is a little bit more just on the humanitarian side. And now you're not going to worry about the emergency setting too much. But okay. So what we have in the Bahamas is not the cluster system for humanitarian responses. We have what's called the emergency support function. It's a little bit of the problem why the cluster system was not magic after Dorian as well, because we have a different setup. So you saw all those ones that I had before that are the international UN clusters. This is what we have. So some of them are similar. Shelter services is the same. Food security plays in a lot to one of the ones they have there. We can talk about hazardous materials. These things are very similar to what UNP does in that early response. Honestly, most of the other things, there's no education on this listing, just as an example. It doesn't exist as its own something. So when you have a whole bunch of NGOs coming in saying they want to help rebuild schools or give out backpacks or, you know, provide new musical instruments because all of this was ruined, and there's nothing under which they can formally interact, you have a lot of confusion. So when the UN came in, it was the first time UNICEF had ever been in the Bahamas. It was following Jordan. It was the first time that UNFPA had been in the Bahamas, the first time the World Food Program had been actually present in the Bahamas. They'd done some surveys from the overseas. We're just because we're a high income country, we're not always within that world. So I think it highlighted to some of us who then got really immersed in this post-Dorian response about, oh, that's how these things could work. So I would just say that I'm working quite a bit with NEMA to try and have better harmonization. Again, this is just on the emergency response side, but between what the Bahamas has as these ESFs and then what the rest of the world is using. So as an example, these were my 3 areas that I was overseeing, and UNICEF was the cluster co-lead for these. So for WASH, it was us with water and sewage. in Abaco and with the Grand Bahama Port Utility Company in Grand Bahama. Child protection, it was us with Ministry of Social Services, and then education, it was us with Ministry of Education. So we would hold, I mean, in the beginning, it was like daily cluster meetings, then it got to be weekly. Everybody who was doing work in one of those areas, we sat around a round table and we all said, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What do we need to do? Who's done a needs assessment in the last week? What does your information lead into what we prioritized last week? How does it change? That was at the Nassau level where we were dealing with both Grand Bahama and Abaco. In Abaco, we had daily cluster meetings. Literally, it was everybody would stand around in a circle in the government complex. You had 2 minutes to give your update. Really good, just managerial tidbit for everybody. Make people stand up when they're talking and make everybody they're listening to or who's listening to them stand up as well. Everybody will talk to you. It's a great way to make it work. So, okay, you don't need to know what we actually did. Let's see how I do this. I want to just get to my math. Okay, so this is an example of what went on in all of the clusters. We had constantly updated maps. This is towards the end of the immediate response. So this is already in December. If we looked at this in third week of September, early October, there would have been so many more NGOs listed there. But what it would be was for every school, who is currently working on that school, so that we would know. Okay, so here it's UNICEF, Israel, and ADRA. This is what they're doing. This is what the enrollment was prior to Dorian. This is what they're back up to now. And so we can see, like, you had nice little green ones if it was built up at a level where students could be back in school. However, if it was red, it had not been rebuilt. It meant nothing was going. So we had no data on what was going on there. And you'll see similar things. So to be fair, Grand Bahama did much better in terms of rebuilding quite early. So this is, I should have given you maybe an Abaco example, but this is what we would do. So then we knew, okay, well, where's the priority? How many people or how many children are still not in school? And so that was sort of graphically represented. I don't know if we need to know about that. You don't need to know about any of that. I don't know why I put all those slides in. Okay, so then this is another example of sort of what we did as a cluster. So we'd originally prioritized getting the schools back in shape so that students could return to school. And that worked well for Grand Bahama. What did not work well was that in Abaco, because in Abaco, nobody had anywhere to live. Most of the teachers in Abaco, not from Abaco. So most of the NGOs that came in, Samaritan's Purse, all of these guys, their priority was on rebuilding homes that Abaconians own. Not that they had to rent to Ministry of Education workers or Ministry of Health workers that had flown in from Nassau. So we quickly realized end of October that we were going to have schools rebuilt, and we were going to have a single teacher. We weren't going to have any janitorial staff. There wasn't going to be any administrative staff, any of the things that are really what make a school a school. So we ended up coming up with a mapping system. So we got every teacher who, not just teacher, anybody within the educational system who had been living in Abaco. What was the address of your house? Like, what was your actual job? Blah, 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 all of these different things. And then we shared this to the cluster. And Azure was like, we're going to do all of the routes. And Samaritan's Purse said, we're going to do this. We're going to provide generators because we know they're not going to get electricity until June. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And so everybody then was able to say the sort of prioritization, that type of thing, or by geographic area. Some of the organizations said, Cooperstown, we got you. We're going to rebuild all of the educational related homes in Cooperstown. Y'all can go do the roofs. The rest of Abaco, this is what we got. Somebody would say Man of War. We're going to deal with Man of War. So this is just a simple example, but otherwise you just had people being like, I need to bring in shingles. Great, what are we gonna do with the shingles? Who's putting the shingles on the roof? How, like, where are we storing the shingles? There are so many aspects to this that you really need a cluster approach to get organized. I would just say, as a side note, so we kept the cluster system for education going throughout end of 2020, well beyond the Abaco thing, specifically focus on getting tablets and internet connectivity to children all around the Family Islands and in Nassau. Low income children in Nassau, or just who didn't have access to internet. COVID hit, now all of a sudden everybody's supposed to have an online device. Like, really? Anyway, so this was a big issue. And the Ministry of Education again kept on being asked, like, so-and-so bank wants to donate 100 tablets. Well, where are those 100 tablets supposed to go? It's no good having a tablet if your parents don't have internet. How do we partner with Alive to get SIM cards to go with these tablets that then they're going to give a subsidized deal that then we're going to get another bank to underwrite the cost of being on the internet? Again, this kind of coordination, this is not that one CSO is going to be like, hey, there's 40,000 kids without tablets and internet. I got that. No, we all needed to come together. And I think it was just a subset section. And now the education cluster is not, unfortunately, working now. And I think it's a prime example of a cluster that would do really well for the Bahamas if it was back up working again. Sorry, I have a lot of photos, just ignore all of this. Oh, no.
Evidence of work done.
Yes, okay, so I didn't quite realize when I put that slide in and everything associated with it. Okay, so just to tell you a little bit then about what we're doing with WASH. So WASH is this sector that is not sexy. It's water and sanitation and hygiene. It's porta potties, it's cholera, it's just like, no, nobody wants to talk about WASH. But it's such a critical area for us to know well in advance who's doing what, and in particular during an emergency situation, who's going to come in and give the ROs, who's going to do the generators, who's going to do the pumps. There's all these different components. They're all really expensive. The Defense Force cannot do it all if it's a major issue. So what we've been doing is trying to get essentially what will be in this next slide, which is going to be, nope, even one more, is going to be this. So we're going to have a response plan. This is from another country, but the idea would be who is going to do what of all the different actions that we are going to be identifying. First on little scribbly sheet, which is what we did in December. And now we're getting it to be sort of worked out. Who is going to do each of the components for what for us is a response plan? Now, if we're not talking about a humanitarian setting, we're just talking about the education sector, like who is going to be ongoing doing X, Y, and Z in the education sector? This is definitely where having a cluster system would work. And it could work in any of the sectors that are out there. Employment, for folks helping to do with training, so beyond secondary education, but then moving up and doing vocational training for unemployed individuals who need retraining in other areas. That's another perfect area where you can have these great liaisons in the private sector, the CSOs, and the government agencies. Right now, we're all in our silos.
She's had to take a picture of the actual smart board.
Oh, yeah. No,
Don't mind me, sorry.
no. And then, so then I'm just going to wrap up with an example of really simple cluster coordination. Is anybody here in an environmental CSO?
Yes.
Are you in Beings? Yeah, okay. So Beings for me is not formalized, it's very ad hoc. But the change that I can see from 2019 to 2022 now, in terms of their constantly being funding opportunities shared. So it's not just the environmental CSOs that are in there. There's folks like me from the UN side. There's folks from Jerus is in there, who is sort of, let's just say, whatever the current version of DIP it is now, the UK donor organization. she's in there, the IDB is in there. When they have funding opportunities, therefore we directly post into the group, as well as others will just pop in and say that scholarship. So if there's young Bahamians who are in there because they've done their undergrad and they'd like to do a PhD, this is all about capacity building and showing additional opportunities that are relevant for our community. So if we had one for health, we would hope that PAHO would be in there and sharing opportunities from the international funding side for health projects or anything along those lines. There's 146 people in this group. I would say we're sort of diluted occasionally with dad jokes. I think you can see that this is part of the actual structure of the group is to have some humor. So it's definitely not done in the UN manner, but I think it's a very quick and easy way. There's also, if there's an issue, ship is run aground and there's oil leaking. Immediately people are in there like, who is going to mitigate, who's talked to the Department of Environmental Health, who is on this? And then it's always being updated so that we know, okay, that the situation is under control or actually nothing seems to be being done. This is definitely like a red light, who can assist? So it's some of those things that we talk about in terms of coordination and reducing duplication. I think we still have quite a bit of duplication, but it's reduced it. And again, I would say if you look at what that sector was like prior to Dorian, and now how it's evolved, this is a better setup. For me, it's like a good first step. And anybody could do this with, and it doesn't have to be one of the formal clusters at all. Like if you know that you've got 10 NGOs that are working on kind of similar things, boom, just create a WhatsApp group, at least to start. I think in the beginning, people were like, ooh, competition for funding. Now everybody knows there's much more funding available because we're all working concertedly. So the number of grant applications that go in, that it's National Trust, Brief, and some other group all writing into the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund, or writing into the Nature Conservancy, or whatever it is, but we are coming together in a coordinated fashion to get more money from international donors into the country. So I don't really have a closing slide. I think that now I'm back to you. Yeah, so anyway, that's my, yeah.
Now, question, what EFS or what does that come under? Is it come
It doesn't come under anything, to be honest. If we look back to our, so I didn't end up highlighting this, but for okay. I don't know if there's an easier. Oh, here we go. Okay.
No, is that it? Yeah.
Yeah. Getting there.
A lot of slides. Okay.
It's not technically on the wash.
No, it's its own. It wouldn't really fit under any of these. What I would say is what y'all come under in the NEMA specific setup is volunteers. Which is what Captain Russell and I have had a long number of chats about it. Like that doesn't actually work from my perspective. My opinion, this is not the UNICEF official opinion. My personal opinion as a Bahamian who works for a UN agency within the country is that this concept of volunteers, and then you're gonna put all of us pretty much in there. The Red Cross gets pulled out and that's about it. They even put us as UN agencies into, we're all in our own little group here, international assistance. As if UNICEF is the same as UNDP is the same as WFP, when we, that's not how it works in the practical setting. So just saying there could be some things that could get moved around, we hope. And if we go into here, because this is all in the emergency setting, the humanitarian setting. So some of those things from beings would be in WASH. To be honest, quite a few of them would be in early recovery. Some are going to actually be in health. So they'd all be all around the place there. Livelihoods is a subset. So there's also subs. So like there's big protection and then there's child protection as a sub sort of cluster under protection where we just focus down on that. And honestly, this is you remember where where livelihoods was?
Livelihoods was in, food security.
Yes, that's right. And I always thought that was weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, livelihoods is up there because if you don't have money, you can't buy food, which
Right.
I understand the concept of it. But this was like a big thing was livelihood. So if we think about some of the things that Beans is looking at with fisheries management and these types of things, in reality, they kind of fall under that area as well.
Well, and I think that's, the other thing is, you kind of see, I mean, one of the questions of this session, these sessions are, you're seeing what's out there, right? So from a humanitarian perspective, there's definitely a framework. And we've looked at that in, even when Mark did work on the mapping exercise.
Yeah.
The applicability of UN categorization for us, when we're just thinking about ourselves as not-for-profit. There's what the government has put forward, which I don't think is a mystery that's challenging for many reasons. But there's also what we could create. So Beings is a meaningful group that has some common, we talk about kind of starting small, some common traits. As it shapes, it may become even more tight, and it may directly align with one of those things. But in any case, just having that, once an international crisis might happen, I mean, once a disaster might happen, if an international group comes and applies a thing, the folks out of there would be easily to migrate into or interface with a structure, because they've already kind of self-identified. They've already started to share and build some community and some communal understanding rather. And so when we think about it too, what would be meaningful for us? Like is it regional? Is it all the groups in Grand Bahama that should start to collect because they kind of can work in more specifically in that? Is it more on an education line or the particular topic of focus? So there's a few different ways to think about it. The fact that it's intentional is the biggest point. I think that there is we are, and I think that's also the maintenance of it. How many of us are on those social media groups that started with one thing and morphed into something else and now become where everybody, puts every ad for a sauce out? Like that may not be what we want to do.
Right, and so I'd say miracle of Beings. For a WhatsApp group in the country, there are no prayers shared every morning. No, because it keeps people, it keeps people on point, right? So the problem is if you are in a group and then with 150 of us, and even 3 to 4 people are sharing every morning their inspirational verse, and then somebody is sharing their, as you said, their shouts out or their this or their that. You leave the group if you don't have time for that. And typically the people who don't have the time for it are the people you want in the group to actually be sharing the good information or picking up when you're sharing. Like the environment groups will always be sharing, look, these are our key highlights of what we've done over the last couple of months. We just did this. And I'm, as a donor, not going to see that because I left because there was too many of the things that weren't on point. So having good management of what curating that, and that is what Dr. Davis does really well is, I mean, people know, I think before they come in, even like you can't post anything. I mean, I'm in a BPL group. And the BPL group gets all of these crazy things posted, and I'm just, my NEMA group gets things posted, and I'm like, no, like NEMA of all the groups should be the group where it's only super critical things are being posted. So intentional and well curated.
Yeah.
And he doesn't, I would say he does not curate anything else other than like keep it on point. And he does that really well.
And so we just talked about those, 4 different leadership styles too. So that's that red.
Yeah, but that's
Right.
how he is. That's, I think, that's Danny Davis we're referring to.
Yeah.
No, this is
I
Lena.
mean, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
but yeah, that it's that leadership of keeping people focused and having that in and of itself. It doesn't mean you have to galvanize and do every work and everybody follow me over the hill. It's like, it's just a structure that might be meaningful. As we
Science component too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, in theory. But again, people.
One of the things I wanted to comment on, because we sat on the wash cluster on Grand Bahama. And for me, I think that was one of the first times where CFOs were actually allowed around the table for matters related to such things where we're on the ground, we're doing work, we have data, And now we can contribute. We don't have the resources like Israel or Water Mission who have like that international funding, but we have some data and we can get things done. And for me, that was still an emergency response cluster, not necessarily a preparedness cluster, right? So they were saying, okay, we have X amount of things, can you distribute here? Can you set up a water depot? So it was still, how do we now recover from the hurricane? It, and it felt like a wave, and I don't even see the wash buses anymore.
Oh, no, they don't. So that was, we had this meeting in December. It was just New Providence,
Right.
to be unfortunately honest about it. But it was the first step towards how do we, so we had the people that were here locally, so we had Rotary, we had Idea Relief, we had Bahamas Strong, we had ADRA, I don't know, we had a few of the Nassau-based organizations, but also the Defense Force, also DRA, also
It
NEMA.
sounds like him again.
It allowed that.
Who are not on the ground.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but obviously Idea was, Rotary, they're two of the main.
So I don't know if we'll ever move away from only the major players have a voice.
So that's the opportunity though, right?
100%.
So what we know, and we were talking about, why do you have to, why would you change as manager? If you have to, or you clearly see an advantage as to why that, or as a leader. So government, who's always kind of had this closed shop, saw the benefit when it couldn't handle these international entities coming in. I remember being at that meeting, we were all sitting around and NEMA's trying to organize and UNDP says, well, we got this. And then the next meeting was all UNDP from there on. And they had, they had a system. It was like, we weren't fooling around. It was, so the opportunity is if we organize ourselves particularly, and then lean in to get partners that are those well-respected strengths, then you do find that space at the table, because when the next thing happens and Israel or whoever it is knows my executing partner in that great group is Waterkeepers, then you're at the table, because that's a structure that needs to happen. So I think that's part of what we want to also do is if we're better organized, then we can find better routes to that table. And whether it be leveraging our experience or the partnerships we might have, or the funds that we might bring to the table, which also tend to make a difference, it's much more likely than it is now, which is what you say, everybody just goes back to the default of what they know until they don't have to.
And I think, the other thing, at least with the lesson, one of the lessons learned that I had given to UNICEF was right now, I do like a date month with UNICEF just as sort of part of preparation stuff. The key thing was because I wasn't a part of UNICEF in the beginning of the response, they didn't know any of the local organizations or individuals. So early 2020, what I had done is put out to everybody, please let me know if you know any banking consultants at all in the education, WASH, or the child protection sectors. I had them all uploaded, all those CDs that I was given at that time, and my recommendation to UNICEF was I thought we'd have a formal presence by now, but then COVID hit, was that they should be updated on an annual basis. So that what happened was when they came in, of course, they brought a bunch of international folks, was good in some ways because they dealt with the tsunamis and the earthquakes and these major devastating things. But the negative was that they did not understand our archipelago. They did not understand the really small government human resources available to interact with them. They just didn't get all that. That's where they needed, the regime that they needed, and they needed that level to be able to assist. So that was also my recommendation that went to all of the UN agencies, you guys need to keep this active for your clusters of the relevant local individuals and CSOs. So we still do have, at least on the education side, because there were more Bahamian CSOs that worked on the education side. There was a lot of internationals for WASH. I think you guys may have been A parade was started afterwards and Rotary is in its own weird category,
I
right?
find that we had like more than 20, like just small groups of people,
Mhm.
small organizations, doing
They-
water or giving away supplies, things like that.
So that, I mean, I think that is key, is that that doesn't get lost, because I don't think NEMA has that listing, is the issue, right? So like, from my perspective, we as a UN agency still always have to go through NEMA, who is how we're asked to support the country. So if NEMA doesn't have the details, then it doesn't filter up for assistance with financing or anything like that. So in the launch of what I have told UNICEF is we're gonna have a standby agreement with Rotary. So that say the next disaster is in Long Island, like, or Eleuthera. Eleuthera is maybe even an easier example, right? But there's no way UNICEF is gonna be able to give grants to all the small CSOs in Eleuthera. If we're administratively bureaucratic, you have to fill in 10,000 forms, you need to have all of these things done. His wife knows this is not an easy process. So, but if we give the money to Rotary, who has filled in all those forms in advance, and then they know that one of Lutheran is there, and it could be the Rock Sound, water group is now going to apply to Rotary for aid, which has funneled through UNICEF, then that is available. But that comes down to each island then sort of knowing, or at the coordinated cluster level, all educational CSOs in the country, whether small or big, are at least known to one another, so that then that can be made available as information. At least that's kind of my thought on it.
So my question is, when I look at the circle that you have on one of your slides.
Yeah, the OCHA group.
Right, do we have anything close to that, right now that we can even start to build on without even needing? That right there.
So, as I was saying, so very tentatively, in December last year, WASH started something only in Nassau. So this would not help anybody in Grand Bahama. This wouldn't help anybody in Abaco or Luther or anything like that. This was just done to try and, partially it was to convince NEMA that it could be a good idea to actually have preparatory work for sectors that do not fit into their ESF groups, and that it would be very difficult for education or WASH, which are both giant areas, to try and haphazardly make us fit into one of these groups.
Extend the numbers to 20.
Yeah. We don't need to add more things to the Bahamas government, I tell you, goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's complicated, and trust me, we're not gonna solve that today. I would just say that is an ongoing conversation, but I'd still, if CSOs via org have a thought amongst themselves, how is it best? Is it that we are sort of organizing ourselves by cluster and by island?
Yeah.
Even if it's just a listing to start,
Yes.
I know that was lacking. to us.
and that will be kind of some of our last couple of sessions will be that.
Okay.
Looking at like, what does this look like? So this model is one to consider. The SFs are ones to consider. What does it look like? Do we find that there's alignment? Are there things, as 12 said, this is missing? Like where does this thing fall? It's also expanding our mind a little bit outside of the disaster response. All things are preparedness, but think about the application of those not-for-profits that are working in, say, the arts, culture, that they have a critical need, they have a critical role they play, or all youth development groups, or folks that are serving those that have levels of disabilities. Where do they find themselves, and where do they also want to orient? To be stuck into a group that doesn't fit for you is not what we want, because that doesn't apply, that doesn't give voice. So I think what we have to do is, as we get our mind around this, we have to think, where would we find ourselves? Where do others in our sector find themselves? And how would we then create a structure? If it's the same structure and we find where we fit in it, then great, but we would have done it beforehand instead of we are then allocated there or overlooked, which is what I think can happen. So.
And again, I'll just put out there, for funding perspectives, it is also just helpful to make sure that who's in the area is known, even if it's that. So what we found a lot in the WASH cluster in Abaco was simply by having coordination, we as Samaritans first to just essentially in the end, buy all the pumps and all the generators.
Right.
And all the money, right? So, but by them doing that, it freed up a lot of the other groups to put their money and their human resources into other areas. If it was that all of us were trying to buy 2 pumps each and 3 generators each and work out the independent storage of these things and deal with customs independently when they were coming in and all of that, it just would have diluted all of it. And that's why we are gonna end up with the largest well-field solarization project in the region. It's because then UNICEF had the money with Water Mission to be able to do that because Samaritans first focused on those other infrastructure needs. It's just an example, but you really do get more bang for your buck if you do that.
Like this, to me, is like a perfect example of how a cluster can be effective,
Mhm.
because like Paul said, in the beginning, it was a complete disaster. Because you had everybody giving out the same thing and everybody on the ground, and like you said, people were going and interviewing, and it's like, this is the 12th interview that I've had.
Right.
Yeah. So people were really annoyed, but then when they
Mm.
came together and they came to the table, came together and came to the table, everybody said, this is what I have, this is my capacity, this is what I can do.
Mhm.
Here is the community that I'm working in. So people, we were able to start mapping out the areas
Mhm.
and putting needs where they needed to be. And it became like a brainstorming, which I hope this will get to
Right.
the whole framework that org is trying to build of these are the needs, like
Mhm.
the video, and we can do all of these things. We can give out the resources as much as we can. But if you don't fix the problem,
Right.
which is your RO system,
Right.
then we will be back here again,
Right.
talking about the same
And,
thing.
and that's, I mean, all this really requires, this is big just, is a shift in perspective.
Right.
We rally at a time that we all perceive as a common crisis. Doing so is great at the moment, has no carryover. So how do we perceive what we've got now as an opportunity to do just that, to opt in? We did, Atwal and our group worked on understanding the impact of small businesses in Abaco and Grand Bahama, who again had been asked from 18 different perspectives, how are you doing? What happened? And it was like pulling teeth. Similarly, we did an exercise leading up to this and work related to a report that's going to come out shortly on civil society impact. And it's like digging people out of the weeds, like getting not-for-profits to come together, to provide their, to opt in is going to be the biggest thing. So part of this session is not only giving you all the access and the opportunity to think and be in this process in a non-rushed way, but also to hopefully spread the word. Get those other groups, like it's gonna have to be person to person. We can put a call out. We did a survey where we even put money out. You could earn money, you could win money by filling this survey out. And the amount of people who responded is just tragically low. Also knowing these small organizations, that money would have meant something to them. So if we can't dig them out, we've got to find ways for them to come together. And I think it's the person to person that's going to make that happen. So I think, we're small in our space right now, but I think what we're gaining is an opportunity to be mighty. And with doing so, bring others out and apply that. And like I said, you've had that experience, so you know what that vision might look like. We've got to let others know that this is a positive thing, and it doesn't only have to happen in the middle of what you perceive as the worst time. Yeah, right.
And then, so I do have to go. Unfortunately, the only other last thing I would be, for you to add to your thought process is be very mindful and try and bring them in who your private sector partners are in your clusters.
Mhm.
So that was something that following Dorian, we had a huge private sector response. And at the time, I know it was like Tar Morley and some of the other folks that were on the chamber at the time. We're hoping to create the cluster system for the private sector. So where would banks go? Where do clothing retailers go? Where do the Youngs and the
Right.
Aquapures, like who does what? And they're both a source of potential funding, but also, and I think Grand Bahama is an even better example on the wash side. You guys have so many private water companies, very different than Abaco, right? Where there was the two and they were both completely destroyed and there was no hope of them coming back. But in the beginning, in Abaco, you guys have like 11 or 10, anyway, there was a whole bunch of private drinking water companies. And they were an important discussion partner and
Right.
having them involved, and I know I'm still talking on humanitarian
Mhm.
prep and response, and we're well beyond that. But I think it doesn't matter in education, like who are the key people out there that right now, every year, we know before school, they do something with some sort of provision of educational supplies. But again, there's duplication in some communities. There's some communities who don't get anything. How do we even get those types? I don't know. I feel like, don't forget the private sector. They're not donors in the typical sense that you're gonna write a grant to them or do that. But they still have the funding. So,
And I think that's one of the opportunities. I think, again, we've got to kind of organize ourselves first and then we can extend beyond. But groups like the IDB are the information, the only information they're getting are from government. And within that space, they're making decisions without other information. They're, Daniela and her team are really interested to learn about civil society and not-for-profits that are out there. They would, if we had clusters and engage points, they would very much get involved. So I think the potential is that not only those local, but the institutional partners, once we have a thing, will find that very valuable. I know you've got to run,
I'm making a cup of coffee.
are
so we
there
have at
any
least
questions on the,
18 seconds.
any questions on the Zoom, from the Zoom folks, or any points? Good. It's thank you so very much.
Yeah.
We really, really appreciate this.
Let me do it.
Thank you for making of the time. We have recorded it too, so we'll have the assets and we're going to be making them available in a wider strip. So we'll get that bit out as well.
Did I say anything inappropriate?
Not live.
Go ahead, put that out. And I think I said this, my opinion.
Anything bad about anybody?
Thank you. And good luck, everybody. This is so important. So.
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for sharing. You're sending those slides so we can have a.
The slides will be available if you haven't
Maybe
seen them.
the like 30 duplicates.
Okay. Really important stuff. You're
Yeah.
just going to keep it. Stefan has organized a specific page.
Right.
And every session and then recording will be on there. Candace is doing a great job capturing it on her side. What I would ask though, because sometimes we see things like, oh, great, I'm gonna send it off to the person that controlled this. What we're asking folks is to register so that then we can give them the information. Because once we do, we can keep giving them more information.
Yeah, I can build that database.
Right. And that's the thing. Once people, we know they're interested, there's a greater likelihood that we will do that. So that would be the only thing I'd ask is feel free to use it but then those people that you talk about it and want you to talk about it liberally, and they say, well, that's great. Is there stuff?
Yeah.
Yes, register with Stefan and you'll get the stuff. Right.
And just to reiterate what Matt had said earlier, that while we have got this report coming out, which I think has some good broad trends. We really hope to be able to do a lot more with it, but the data is just so scarce. And so having more folks who are invested in understanding what we can do with the data. How we can use it for advocacy with the government to change legislation, change policies for the finance sector, for banks. Like we need evidence to make those arguments so that then we can see the changes that make all of our lives better, right? So that's just my. The data. Thank you for saving me by hand and thank you.
Feel free to get caffeine as we go. I'm gonna actually, not gonna fool around with that for a minute. We'll just use the old fashioned way. I want to show this last video and then we will move back to our activities. Am I still sharing screen to that? Stefan? Okay. All right. Okay.
We work with about 80 NGOs who work across the country providing humanitarian development assistance to the Somali people.
I represent 330 NGOs employing 24,500 people.
Fora is an informal platform of 25 NGO members and representing 50 local and national NGOs. The NGO platform consists of approximately 100 NGOs, and they are local, national, and international NGOs.
The four countries, Chad, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Niger, will come up together and we say, okay, why can't we have a regional forum where all the four countries will can come together, bringing the perspective of one context, bringing the perspectives of a group of NGOs is very powerful.
Working in a forum for us presents a number of unique opportunities. It gives us a unique opportunity to work collectively in a cost-benefit analysis type of way, in a way where we are sharing not only costs, but also sharing lessons.
Having common position on some key advocacy priorities is for me a success story because it really shows the complementarity between international, national, and local NGOs. So for instance, prior to the Brussels II conference, together with the INGO Forum, we've been able to issue a common advocacy statement, and we've been able to secure quite a high number of seats for Lebanese local and national NGOs to speak at the conference and to convey those messages. It's actually essential for NGOs to come together in consortia because together we have a stronger voice. In many countries, we reach both civil society, governments, and donors all over the world. When we prepare joint statements or press releases in Bangladesh for Rohingya response, we usually get between 40 and 50 NGOs that endorse the statement. Through that, our message is passed more widely.
The discussions that the NGO Forum had with the Ministry of Labor was around national recruitment of staffing into NGOs and not recruiting staff based on ethnic identities, because we're seeing kind of depth process of recruiting staff is important for nation building. So the ministry has now asked the NGO Forum to nominate representatives to work with them. I think that's a great progress actually. Because of the impact we are making, we have become a critical stakeholder that represent the affected population in most of the fora across the world, especially the famous Oslo Humanitarian Conference organized by UN and donors, where about 675 million was realized to provide support to the Lake Chad region.
In 2011, we had a famine. 260,000 people died. Half of them were children who perished. We promised ourselves and to the people that we work with never again. We're never going to have those famines happen on our watch. We're never going to be a witness to it. If anything, in 2016, 2017, we had some of the similar seasonality data. We had similar triggers and early warnings, and we chose to act on those together as a coordinated body, providing our NGOs with information that is critical for their movement and for their work, and that's been what made the difference.
Joining hands is crucial. It makes a huge difference when we say we're negotiating here on behalf of so many organizations, so much volume of assistance going on the ground. It's very important to come together with our common vision.
Ensuring that the voices of the NGOs reflect and amplifies the voices of the affected communities. They don't necessarily compete with each other, and they try to strengthen the efficiency of the collective work. And this is why the European Commission, winter and aid partners, wants to support the NGO program.
It's so powerful when you have a large community of NGOs focused on the same thing, putting pressure on the same thing, global level, and regional level, and national level.
So, that's, again, in the prettiest, most wonderful way, that's a way to see what the potential is. And it's, in some ways, again, they're coming out of a lot of humanitarian crisis circumstances. But the reality is, if you saw within there were groupings that weren't organized around, we were going to get ourselves out of this short period of time, but it was really leveraging the strengths. And so, as they said, gathering the voice, magnifying the voice of the people. That's really a powerful thing for us to think about. What you each are doing is an opportunity for the communities that are at need to come forward in a way they wouldn't be able to before. You know, what's the voice for children that are kind of left outside of a potential of engaging with their community? What's the, you know, the voices of the people that are most affected when our wetlands are destroyed or when our you know, waters are poisoned? Those voices are critical. And here, even outside of humanitarian circumstances, we've had that experience. When we were pushing for freedom of information, Waterkeepers and Save the Bays, and Civil Society Bahamas and One Eleuthera and the Organization for Responsible Governance and the Bahamas National Trust and Brief, and 22 of those groups came together. And when we estimated all of those groups and what their impact was, we estimated, without not even trying to be bold, that we probably represented a collective audience of about 50,000 people. So 50,000 people out of 400,000 is a pretty big chunk that we see saying we want something to happen. We don't get those numbers or think about that unless we leverage each other. So the potential of what Paul's talking about and what we see here is the trend. Groups of CSOs and not-for-profits are being recognized as a critical role, not just those that are, you know, in the life-saving business, but all those. So when we think about this, it's going to be crucial for us to think about, okay, how do we apply what this might be? And it comes down to, in the smallest possible way, you being able to do your job in a better way, and in the biggest possible way, and being able to really tackle some of these big issues that we don't ever see moving in Europe. And I think that's the range of what it is. But it starts in what Mark really, I think Mark talked about it earlier, is how do we find, what are those connections? What are the things that bind us? Why do we, and how do we come together? So what are the common, and I'm calling it attributes, that bind us? How are we more alike? So we want to do a bit of an activity. The good thing is we're all small enough to do this together as a group, so we don't have to worry about that. But we want to kind of talk a little bit about what are of the groups that are represented here, and we'll put together some tables to do this. But in the groups that are represented here, what are the similarities and the differences of those groups? What are the commonalities for what separates you? So whether it be geographic, mission-based, but then you get further into it. What's the structure? What's the size? When were you started? So looking at what's the widest possible way to think about how you all are similar, how each of your groups is similar. Then additionally, looking at a list of what are the very unique things about your organization. So we're going to take about 5-10 minutes for each of those sections. Just as we get together, what are those similarities about the NPOs that are in this room? And we can do the same with all of our folks who are is there a question before? Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So pause on the activity and I'll answer the question. Sorry. So what is being done to educate government on the importance of the cluster approach is a great question. Actually, I think Atwal might have been the best person to be able to articulate this because she's done a lot in her role, and she comes from a really interesting perspective because she's a local person, she's Bahamian, has a lot of connections in many ways historically here. At the same time, she's working with a very, very powerful and representing a very, very powerful international group. So it allows her to be at the table and talk very long ways to Captain Russell and sit in different groups that are, like the Ministry of Education. That may not be afforded to each of us. So her arguments and advocacy for a cluster model can go so far, and she's already had some impact, it looks like, and it seems like there's been some effect, and she will continue that advocacy. But think about that paired with us, organized. Think about it being informed from the local NGOs, local NPOs, rather. Think about what if we said, hey, this is what's meaningful. Here's what's going on in Eleuthera. Here's what's going on in Grand Bahama. Here's what the issue of how we're going to deal with feeding folks who are falling at that poverty level and helping them to lift themselves up. Here's what we're doing as a pathway for those at-risk youth that can lead into their self-empowerment. All of a sudden, that cluster model has teeth. It looks like something. It doesn't mean it has to happen exclusive to the private sector or the government, but it means that we have to build our own selves up and build our advocacy so that we can then further educate folks around us. So I think that there is not a plan, at least from our standpoint, around educating on the cluster model yet. But if we can get strength out of these sessions, I think we're well equipped to push it forward and say, hey, here's what we're doing. And the example I would use also comes out of our experience with freedom of information. Right. So, well, and
We all
on,
give it that.
but it was on the, right, but it was on the good side and the bad side. So we mobilized 22 different organizations and we got the law passed, and a lot of our recommendations made it into the law. We're done. And then all of a sudden, governments changed. Priorities differed. And it went away. You can look at it in the record, you can see, I think we've been in the newspaper advocating about 100 times. I'm not joking about freedom of information. We've hosted town halls, we've reached out to government as an organization. But if there's not a collective group that's together and regularly pushing forward, then it doesn't sustain. So in terms of what we can do as one organization or a small group of organizations in a short period of time, a lot can be achieved. At the same time, we need to also show why this is about sustainability, why this will make sure that things get achieved long term. We all knew what we were organized for around freedom of information, but we didn't have a longer term plan or an accepted, this is who's going to do what, where the financing will come from, who's going to contribute, all of those things. The potential, though, is that if those 22 organizations kept it going, that all of their collective audiences would have understood what we're trying to do, and we had a clear campaign, and there would have been things that we could have achieved. So I think that's what the potential is that we know we can mobilize and we know we can do certain things together. So that should encourage us. But when we're using a model that's maybe more structured or organized that we talked about beforehand, and we all understand what that means, we can take it a lot farther. Was that the question? Was there any other points that they wanted to raise?
No.
Okay. Or they want to speak?
Information,
Yes.
Everything was together, but Parliament just hasn't passed.
So I'm sorry. So the actual application of freedom of information. So Freedom of Information Act was passed in 2017 through the advocacy of those organizations. One portion of it was enacted right away, which was the repeal, two portions. One was repeal of the old act, because there was a pre-existing act, and a whistleblowers clause. Although the whistleblowers clause was not clear as to how you would actually achieve it, it just said that anybody who's bringing that has information should legally be able to bring it forward without being recriminated. But there was no specifics about that. Go a couple more years forward, and in 2019, the portion was enacted that they would hire an information commission. And so there was a search to find an information commissioner. It went for a couple of years. I think it was in 2021 that they found and hired an information commissioner in the form of retired Justice Keith Thompson. They have now an assistant commissioner who is Shane Miller, who was also part of the government's consultation process when the bill was passed, and maybe two other folks. And I think they're currently housed over near the AG's office. Last year, around this time, we had a town hall with the information commissioner, and they talked about the fact that they were envisioning that 10 agencies in 12 months' time should be able to receive and respond to a freedom of information request. They needed to be trained. I mean, then this is just what these things take. There needed to be training within each of the agencies. There needed to be a data system that was put forward to track the requests. And there needed to be a system in place that when those things came back and you were concerned that you didn't get the information you needed, that you could then appeal it. In the year, we're not sure quite what's happened. So what we know is that they said it's moving along, but slower than was intended. So we're right now trying to make an engagement with the Freedom of Information Unit to understand where they are. Or we've done some freedom of information, public advocacy and education on our website. We have lots of resources, and we're going to be doing so in the coming year, thanks to Candace and her team, to let folks know what is freedom of information, what's their right, and how can they achieve it. But the pressure on making sure that this is a priority to government, if it's coming from an organization like board, it can move a little bit. If it's coming from a lot of organizations, it's going to move a lot quicker. More importantly, if it's coming from the citizenry and they really, on a daily basis say, hey, this is what we need, it will move a lot better. So I think, education is critical. Partnership is absolutely essential. So that's sorry, that was a more descriptive thing. So anyway, so to the activity. So what we like is let's put some of these tables together or gather around one table if we can, then we make a little bit of yeah. And take about 5 minutes. All of a sudden, we have a negative. But Colin told somebody to make a list, be the list keeper.
Glad everybody did.
And then,
We're sharing my type, right? I type up them. Right.
but the basic question in terms of the next 5 minutes is, how are you alive? What are the things that are common among all your organizations? And trying to be as expansive as possible. Open the mind. And let it go. And then we'll take 5 minutes today, how we're working on it.
NPO register.
So.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry. Are we?
Thank you.
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Hi, all you folks at Zoom. So what we'd like you to do is, if you're able to in the chat, start just typing things that are similar to you at all organizations you think. I mean, the organizations, you can see the list of folks. I'm not sure, Sebastian, Stefan, if we've just put which organizations everyone is from.
Put them in early,
Okay.
but I'm not here.
So maybe we could recast that, but let's start to think about how are your organizations similar? Maybe where they're located, their mission, their type of organization structure, those types of things. So take a few minutes and just start to type those in. And then we'll be kind of talking about that. Maybe we'll spend some time. Is there a better way to do it?
Maybe they can actually talk and we just facilitate headphones so that.
Oh, okay. Hey, so you can do this. We'll do this with headphones. So fun is much more technologically scaled. We'll do that. Can you show them?
Yeah, I'll turn it. Mute that.
I think.
Mute from here?
Yeah. Okay. Coming right now. Okay, so for those of us that are here on Zoom, you can feel free to unmute your mics. Let me make sure that everyone can hear me. And we're just gonna take a few minutes to go through this activity. I'm trying to zoom in a little bit. And I'm gonna actually stop the sharing of the screen for just a moment. Okay. Um, so, oh wait, we need to see that, don't we? um, sorry, just a moment.
If it's text-based, you can probably copy it to the
I'm
chat.
having difficulty hearing. I just need to fix my sound. Okay, here we go. So I should be able to hear everyone now. I'm going to pull the slide back up, but I just wasn't able to see. Um, I wasn't able to see the people when the slides were up.
Oh, you want to go back to the question?
Yeah. Okay, hopefully we're good now. Sorry about that, everyone. Um, so yes, we are talking about the similarities and differences between our NGOs and developing a list. What are the unique things about each? And then what are the most important similarities and the most important differences? And then how would a collaborative cluster action between the NPOs at our group affect the traits? I don't know if you want to take one, please.
You got it.
Okay. Um, so yes, I think Stephanie was the only one who wasn't here this morning. But we could just begin by thinking of what some of our groups may have in common. If you all want to use the chat, feel free, but you can also unmute and just kind of reiterate what your group is doing. And for the sake of participation, I'll also just kind of chime in on org's part as well. So for us, we are, of course, a registered nonprofit organization, and we exist to promote governance reform, but at its widest level. So our work looks at four key areas: accountable governance, dealing with accountability in government, but also across sectors, and also the accountability of everyday citizens to play their role in pushing the country forward. What systems and measures are needed to help make that happen? We also look at economic development, which is building GDP growth, supporting growth in the private sector to create a better, more prosperous future for Bahamian people. We look at the reform of education to give people the tools that they need in order to be successful citizens and to do meaningful work and for opportunities that match basically what the Bahamas has to offer as we move forward. And then finally, this pillar of our work is civil society capacity building, which looks at giving nonprofit organizations and other CSOs the tools that they need to contribute to sustainable development and build out that landscape. So that's us in a nutshell. We do lots of work. We have a pretty small team. I don't know if folks want to talk about the size of your organization in addition to sort of what you do, because I know we do have groups of varying sizes in terms of staff and volunteer capacity. Um, On a regular basis, our records reflect having about 70 active volunteers, and COVID, of course, has brought that down to a leaner team of more administrative volunteers, but we do hope to build that back out in the near future. So yeah, if folks could just sort of give a quick powwow on their setup, in terms of what they focus on and maybe the size of their organizations, we could start there. And I think that'll uncover some of the obvious similarities and differences between us.
I had to run to the restroom, so I missed your introduction, but we're an organization of, I would say, 3 permanent staff members, 2 in-center regular volunteers, and then we have many other volunteers who help to operate a number of the programs that we do. And what other questions you have?
Oh, that's kind of where we were starting. I know you sent the information about your
Okay,
organization in the chat, so I just copied and pasted that for now.
perfect.
So I don't know if anyone else wants to chip in on basically the brief overview of what you do and what your operation is looking like in terms of staff and volunteers.
Hi,
No. Oh,
sorry, go ahead. Okay, sorry about that. So I'm Christy Cadet, and I'm representing Woman of Worth Movement, and I am the president. We are not registered yet. We just launched in 2020, and we focus on our mission is to assist in the development of women holistically. And so what we really focus on is helping women in all of the different areas of her life, mentally, socially, economically, every area you can think about. That's what we focus on, the advancement of a woman. And I would say that we have quite a bit of volunteers. I can't give a definite number, but it probably is about between 15 and 20. There's just people who just heard about the vision. They connect with me on social media, and they've been assisting with whatever we need them to. And then we have myself, we have a treasurer, and we also have a secretary that we try to, even though we're not registered yet, whatever have come in, we try to keep records of whatever we do. But that's basically what we do. And I'm here based in Grand Bahama.
Okay. Grand Bahama is really in the house. And I love it. Okay. Sorry, I'm typing and going back and forth, but Gail, I think you were about to go.
no, good afternoon. That was me,
Okay,
Stephanie. This is Ms.
okay,
Fritz.
go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead, Stephanie. Sorry about that.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I did sign in a bit earlier, but because I was on the road and y'all were on lunch, I came back out. But yes, my name is Stephanie Fritz. I am the president of Princess Court Ministries here in Nassau. We are registered as a nonprofit organization. We started in 2019, just before the pandemic. We have 5 directors. We have a vice president, also a secretary, a treasurer and assistant secretary. We have about, I would say, 20 volunteer staff. Our program, the goal of our program is to encourage young ladies between the age of 5 to 18 to remain sexually pure, to enhance their spiritual lives, and to become godly homemakers. Under that umbrella, we teach anywhere from hair braiding to self-defense, Bible study, etiquette. It's a whole long list. But the vision of our program, it's in Grand Bahama. So I think the lady who, I think it's Bahamas Resilience, she might have heard about Princess Court in Grand Bahama. But Princess Court Vision aims to migrate risky sexual behavior with engagement of youth and their families through skill and faith level, which facilitate connections between members of the group and their mentors, caring for themselves and building character and confidence and making contribution to their community. On the other hand, it also helps to maintain to low, I should say, teenage pregnancy and that's basically the overview. We're not just a mentoring program. We partner with many organizations here in New Providence, and that's including the government, a few of the government sectors. So that's like a
Right.
basic overview of what Princess Fraud is, Fraud Child Ministries is all about.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Still typing. Um, so I guess you could go ahead now, Gail, and give us a quick overview once more if you can, and tell us a little bit about the. I think your function is kind of unique, so.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. So our organization is the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund. We are also an NGO. However, we are a national trust fund. We started in 2014 by an act of Parliament. And our mission really is to provide a source of funding to support conservation efforts throughout the country. Now, one of our biggest funders is the CBF, which is the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. And what we really do is we have partners throughout the country, such as BRIEF, BNT, Waterkeepers, and the Bahamas Mammal Marine Research Organization. So these are some of our partners who we would provide funding to do either research or restoration work in the marine park, the mangroves, those types of areas. So basically, it's the protected areas that we focus on. So we would they would reach out to us for funding, for grants. They have certain criteria that they would have to meet, of course. We provide the funds, and there would be a reporting on how the funding was used. So we have to actually monitor when we disperse the funds. We monitor, get reporting, and of course we have to report back to our funders.
Clarity still, or just kind of going through. Right. So, should we take maybe 3 more minutes, or is that too low? You need more time? Sorry, Gail. 1 sec. No, we should be good. Okay, a few more minutes. Could you does your the structure of the organization, does it allow for volunteer support? Sorry.
At the moment, volunteers, not really. We have our team is very small here. Actually, just the two of us, our executive director and myself, the office administrator. So basically, most of our partners, when we disperse the funds via grant, they go out to do the work. We ensure that it's done. We report to our funders. As I said, one of those major funders is the CBF, which is the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. So we do expect to grow a little because we are short-handed. So that's basically what we do at the moment. We fund the conservation efforts throughout the country in terms of protected areas.
Right. So I think those things that are unique, sort of, about each organization is that we all, I think the two most similar organizations, because they sort of work toward the empowerment of girls and women, would be the Women of Worth and the work that Stephanie is doing at Princess Court Ministries but there are also many, many similarities in that the majority of our work is doing things that support people. Because even for environmental organizations, of course, that work does come back to creating livable communities for people, fishable communities for people, and so on and so forth when you think of marine protected areas. But I think what's also interesting is that each of our organizations, in some way or the other, does impact Primary Islands, and in particular, we all do work that reaches Grand Bahama, which I think is a pretty cool thing to consider that we have in common. Um, so I don't know if anybody else has any other perspectives generally on what they think those most most important similarities or differences to note are. We just have a few more minutes. And any ideas on what collaborative cluster action, um, how the similarities and differences would be affected, would support potential collaborative cluster action. Because I'm going to just jot down some of those things they just said.
I know listening to Christy and the individual who talked about Princess Court, there's a lot of similarities between what we do and what they do. I know Christie's organization focuses on the holistic woman. We focus on the holistic individual. That would be child, woman, senior. So there's a lot of collaborative cluster action that can happen between our organization and both of those organizations, because we offer etiquette here as well. So I know the Princess Card is basically once a year unless it's changed. Moving forward, our girls who come to etiquette regularly can perhaps become a part of that, or whatever it may be, whatever collaboration looks like in that aspect. But I could see the potential for our organizations collaborating.
Right. And that's actually a pretty important point. I don't know if anyone else had any similar ideas.
I just wanted to agree with Felicia. I was actually going to say the same because I took note in the chat where she said that the Resilience Center focuses on wellness and mental health. And so I was going to draw that same point. So I agree completely. I see where we could potentially, work together in that regard.
Right. I think one of the things that's important to note with work like that, and while for us at org, we're not usually in the roots of very specific programming, we do have an area of our accountable governance pillar that looks at building active citizenship. And by definition, we say that that's any person that is dedicated to pushing their country forward. But that also includes looking at their own personal commitments and developments to their own personal growth. And so encouraging folks' participation in civic programs and in community programs that build holistic development is also something that we highlight. But looking at the different models that each of us is using in that regard, I think that that is definitely something that can be done. So even if the programming isn't done jointly, for example, if we all lay out, this is like a model that we use to determine what development, like social development in a person looks like, that could be pretty important. Now I know for the Bahamas Protected Area Fund that it may seem like that's like the one that's a bit more different because it not only is it environmental, but they look at providing funding. But one of the things that we will talk about as a part of the cluster training that I think is important to acknowledge is building capacity in and of itself is an important part of what clusters enable us to do. And as someone that not only has a large funder but provides funding to other organizations, training other organizations in monitoring and evaluation of grants and fundraising, for example, is a great thing, particularly when you have the participation from an agency that provides funding. And so when you look at maybe something like, if I were to throw out a title like building capacity for holistic development organizations. I may change that. That might involve like a group like ours with 4 organizations that work with people on the ground, sharing resources and information on what their approach is, and then even doing some administrative and fundraising capacity building with support from like the Bahamas Protected Area Fund, just for example, because even though it's specific to marine protected areas, the concepts of reporting and fundraising and accounting are standard across the board, no matter what type of work we're doing. So I'm also going to jot that down, but I don't know if anyone else had any final ideas before we wrap up.
But Ms. Fred back here, I don't know if this was final idea, but I just wanted to add outside of our sessions, which we have like twice here in Nassau, we have activities and events. We also have like character day. We also have parenting seminar that helps the parent to know exactly what Princess Court is all about and how it's vital to our society when it comes down to their girls, and how Princess Court, the effect or the effectiveness of Princess Court. And we also give back because we also have like award ceremonies for the young ladies when they do well in their academics. So it's a whole list of stuff that we do here. We also work in the community with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture Fund. And that's what we do outside of Princess Court also, outside of the training of Princess Court. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Is it okay that I add something?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so because she said that, it made me think about just recently, last year, October, the Women of Worth movement held a conference, and it was focused, of course, geared towards women. Aside from the conference, we did a day session where it was more like an empowerment session, where we had different speakers speaking on different topics as it relates to holistic living. And we also had a retreat where women locked in and lodged in for 3 days. And we focused on the whole aspect of a woman. And I think the feedback was really good. It was our very first time doing that. And people are so excited and looking forward. Women are so excited and looking forward to it because the testimonies that came back, women going back home to their husbands, their children, they felt so refreshed, so ready just to show up different, for the spaces that they are called to. So I just thought to make mention of that as well.
No, that is great. And I think that, like I said, these sorts of discussions sort of open up your mind, different approaches and perspectives. And even so, one of the things that I think has come up for us because we often work in this kind of way with other organizations is the more you know about different folks' approaches and what has been successful for them, not only does it inspire you to maybe try a similar approach, but if it doesn't match the way that you're able to function, partnering can be looking at how even sharing in audiences where the audience could be the same. As a quick example, much of our outreach programs target existing groups. So we could look at any of groups, if any of you bring together any group of people, we have content that talks about what being an active citizen means. So that could be applied to a school, to a women's group, to a youth organization, to any sort of academic at a tertiary level, environmental organizations and their audiences. So when we have these collaborative discussions and even look at custom models, another of the things that we could do in addition to sharing resources and frameworks, like our actual approach, is looking at collaborating with participants that are actually in existing programs from other organizations as well. So that's just a thought that sort of came to me when I think of that. I automatically go to, like, we have an ongoing outreach project right now that anyone that has a group of people in the Bahamas and they need content or would like to bring in a guest speaker at any age, we can talk to them about being the best you can be and contributing to a better future. So I feel like that's another thing to consider. Like, if there's a model where anyone is doing outreach, knowing who has presentations, who has content, and inviting them so that they can reach their outreach targets as well. But that's all great stuff. I think we're about to get back into the joint session. So thank you all so much. And I made some notes that if we share that, I will share with everyone. Now I have to go through the techie stuff of figuring out how to switch back over. So y'all give me 1 second.
Okay, right. All right, folks. So sweet. Because I'm committed to getting you guys out of here by 4. I want to make sure that we do that. So let's take the next few minutes just to be brief on what the session was. But I will say, from both the offline folks and the online folks, offline, you Stefan, thanks for keeping them in. Lots of activity, lots of back and forth. So so that we can kind of exchange that bit of information. Stefan, we'll put through the camera, not off of me. So share a few, if whoever maybe the designated spokesperson. Tell us a little bit about what was the similarities that y'all discovered?
Okay, where the similarities are, we're not NPO registered, nonprofit organizations registered. We all have bank accounts, we all have boards. We all serve the underprivileged. We all have social media accounts, websites, email. We have paid, most of us have paid executive directors, and we have a good reach, reaching so many. We're mostly dependent on sponsorship and donors. The funding also from foreign donors. No government funding, no government funding. No government funding, even though we're taken for. And we all have volunteers, for the most part, where they receive stipend. Stipend isn't only in the form of monetary. It can be whether you get fuel or you get food. Okay, half of us involved with feeding programs, all involved with or helped with Dorian.
Okay.
And we have audited financials, account for some of the.
Some have audited that.
Yeah, and some have financial, in-house financial controllers and some don't. And there's anything? No similarity? Okay.
But for the differences, there's one.
Right, before that, we do the similarities.
Similarities for, okay, so we had an interesting mix because we do have mostly people organizations.
Can they hear? They can hear.
Yeah, they can. I
Okay.
need my computer. Okay, so let's see. Let's see how advanced I am.
We believe in you, Stefan.
We got this. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, again. So, within our group, we had the Bahamas Resilience Center, Women of Work, Prince Department Ministries, the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund, and I did for just participate, which was fun. So I think ORG and Bahamas Protected Area Fund are a little bit different than the other group, but there were still some similarities. Ultimately, we all work with people. So even with the Protected Area Fund that is funding conservation efforts here in the Bahamas, particularly around marine protected areas, that work obviously is to the benefit of the environment, which benefits the people in the long run. Interestingly enough, we all have a level of operation on Grand Bahama, which I thought all five was, but I thought was really cool. But more broadly, our work does impact family and community, so broader than just Grand Bahama. Particularly, that's the one island that we all had in common. We're all relatively small organizations, so I believe that with 5 staff, unless I missed something, with 5 staff or within larger with full-time staff, but relatively small, volunteer complements. We're not all registered, but we are all formally organized in a way that gives room for oversight of our operations. And I think that was the majority of our similarities.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were now about to go into the difference, sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, I'm sorry, so.
Oh, the unique.
Hold on, I'm just gonna,
The unique.
grand, not the different here. So grounding ourselves in similarity. So there was a lot of similarities that were structural on this side. A lot of, and so in that space, the things we talked about, there becomes opportunities for common things, right? Common structural things. We all need lawyers, we all got to do banks, we all got phones, we all, those types of things. We all are registered and have to maintain the same level of compliance. That's something, same legal entity. Then there were also folks like similarities in programming. So there were some common spaces within that. Or coming back to a central similarity, which is we are for the common good, or more importantly, the benefit of Bahamians. And that was kind of a thing. So these are important as we think about it, because they also are the junctures for potential clusters or collaboration. The things that, from the broadest, most lofty goals to the day-to-day minutia, these are items where you could say, okay, we want to intersect the clusters that it's all talked about, had broad base, were all wash or sanitation, but the ways that they partnered were also very specific. Stefan's gonna go get all the pumps. You're gonna take care of all the shingles. You're gonna go like, so even in, maybe not the reason that you get together is because we all have bank accounts, but in the way about like, we're gonna partner in this space, and this issue of banking that we all have, or that we're, or getting access to funding or financing, who has the specificity to be able to work in that particular area, because we all commonly join it. So as we think about it, and as we start to explore and think about how we cluster, before we even get into the external models of, do we look like what government says, or do we look like the UN says? Because that's a very easy thing to do. Well, here's the thing, do I fit into that? Let's find out who we are first and find out what those commonalities are. And there's a value probably to that before you fit it into a different application, right? So, this is really digging deep to bring it back, but if we recall our conversation at lunch at our table, we started getting into similar astrological signs and how that drives behaviors. And again, those commonalities, they build, but they build strength, right? There's something that we have a common reference point. We understand when you say, anybody who's been in Grand Bahama and you say 8 Mile Rock, you know what that is. Like that's different than Freeport, and it's different for where it is and what it is and how it feels. Having those reference points is really important, because it's in those points that we can start to not only better understand ourselves, but also understand the solutions that come out of that. So just as a reference point. So sorry, yeah.
So I know we go into differences, right?
Yes.
But I just wanted to touch on the fact that we are actually a Hurricane Dorian cluster. If you
Mhm.
think about it, that
Right.
we call even the virtual team cluster of work during Hurricane Dorian.
Right. Oh, that's true. Wow, that's great.
But in terms of the differences,
Or unique.
the uniqueness of this cluster is that one of organizations have their own physical space where they have a training facility, a hotel, cultural and arts for their own, which makes them unique because there's space.
Were you able to lobby them that they're gonna host us on one of the?
Nice restaurant and hotel. You can see different sectors of building like sustainable livelihoods
Mhm.
within their space. The other one has a school-based program that's specific to their organization. Then the other one has an association outside an association, which is just being able to pull into that group when they're doing a specific program outside of the Bahamas. And it's focused on the US. The other one, oh, and there's also 3 of us that have some form of MOU with either the University of the Bahamas or with the Ministry of Education. And then there's one that has an international membership where there are like standards and guidelines that they have to abide by.
Just one? I would think. two.
I was correct, yeah.
Yeah, but there's 2, right? Or one?
No.
Don't you have
your
standards?
membership,
You're a member, but not a, you have standards you adhere to, but you're not a member. of an
Yeah,
individual.
we're,
Okay.
only a part of an association.
Got it, okay.
yeah, like, with
Yeah.
American student and stuff, yeah.
But commonly, you would each have standards that you have to adhere to. That are driven like an international standard,
Well,
or an organization standard.
Yeah, I mean, we do, we're a little bit like a franchise in a way, we have the report on. They talk about the thing and then we sort of know if you are, how many people have drowned and all that. We report a lot of that information to the, like, we call it, to the police too.
and I don't know if there's anything else that I missed.
Program. Yeah. Oh, the emergency center. Mentioned here, we have over the years.
Right, and they have an emergency center with their own fire station.
I think 2 of the organizations have 501c3, so that's kind of unique.
2 of the organizations, so that would be.
Oh, yeah.
One, yes.
Okay, cool.
So,
Oh, before you
Oh,
move
yes.
on to virtual, and I think OEF is looking at doing fiscal sponsorship, but I believe developing that we are the only ones who have a fiscal sponsor now where we get additional funding from outside.
From an international spot, right?
okay, so differences, a lot of the differences that we talked about, were with regard to specific, approaches to work and programming. And so from, I guess from the broadest to the more specific, you have, Homeless Protected Areas Fund, which I will call BPAP moving forward because of the lot. But they, don't worry, I didn't even volunteer. But BPAP, is they get funding from like a larger organization and they distribute it. And so they're probably, I would say, the least in the roots. And then there's us who is sort of in some of our programming, or we're in roots, and then in others, we are mostly facilitating in the way that we're doing this, and many of our other initiatives facilitate change for folks to go out and sort of take their own actions. And then 3 of the organizations, the other 3, do work, like grassroots work with people in the community. So those were differences at the levels at which we focused our work. Differences in target audience as well. So there's a focus on environmental organizations, there's a focus for us on several groups by pillar. And even within the development work, So Balance Resilience Center looking at general wellness and mental health. Women of Worth looking specifically at the holistic advancement of women. And then Princess Park Ministries looks at young women between 5 and 18 months. So there's those key differences in target audience. I do believe that well, I guess we would all fall into the category. I was gonna say we would start at a different time, but I don't know that any of the organizations do more than. And so we're all, that's a similarity, we're all relatively young. But those were the key differences that we kind of, that came up from that.
And so that was kind of like each of your groups and how you gain, but the reality is even within those groupings, there's smaller cluster groups that are similar and different. But the differences, which I think are the uniquenesses, also then become the potential advantages. So if a group decided to address a common issue in this cluster, as we say, we know we've got a footprint on 3 different islands. We've got 2 organizations that deal with networks. So Bahamas Feeding Network and Guadalupe have networks of smaller organizations that they interface. We have, does everybody have volunteers? Right, so we have X amount of volunteers that can be applied. So as we start to.
Oh, one thing,
Yeah.
only feedback doesn't have.
Okay, so yeah, but even in the differences though, it's again.
But they have a network.
Right.
Yeah.
We have, you know, theoretically, those that don't have a 501c3 could utilize a 501c3 of another organization if they were partnering to access funding. We can get to a grassroots and a high advocacy level in terms of which partner we can do. Within those groups, we might even identify potential resources that the organizations are there. If we were looking to mobilize but needed a physical space as well as a hotel and a nice restaurant, we have that. So even in thinking about that, and when we have to first break it down, I think as autonomous problem solvers, we also generally have a common trait that we work quickly on solutions. But sometimes that pause when you're working with partners forces you to also make a list of your assets, make a list of the challenges you have. And in doing so, how do those things overlap becomes the potential of how we can start to work on stuff. So theoretically, this was a cluster. What we know is that there's a few common things that would bind us. And if we started in this word core, it becomes we are all invested in servicing and supporting the Bahamian people in some fashion. If you drill down to what each of you do, that has a very specific grounding in your effort. And then how we service them is where we're different. So when we go back to your vision from this morning and say we're going to do a holistic, you know, people come in one door and they get to another space. Just in the grouping we have here, they can find a way to ensure that their children gain agency and self-sufficiency. They can gain knowledge and access to their physical environment and mastery and ability through there. They can engage in grassroots programming from job placement to food security to livelihoods. They can learn about the system of governance and find ways to become advocates. They can, you know, find resources in terms of how to address very specific issues for women and equity and domestic safety. But if we don't know we're there and we don't draw those ties, we can't craft solutions that really exist for the same group of people, right? It's the Bahamian people, it's the same group of people. So they have to then go and shop where they want to go for their services. And that pathway, which is different than what we've talked about, is not the ideal. The ideal is that we create a space where people have a need and that need becomes easily accessed, right? So do you want to say, I mean, you take on differences of similarities or overlap? So I've already blown my promise. But where these last 2 sessions I think have taken us have been the sense that we are more common, we are more alike, and our uniquenesses are strengths that can be tapped into and leveraged. but we need to continue to find spaces to share that, make greater education. The next session going in, we're going to be more specific skill based. We're going to talk about fundraising. We're going to talk about advocacy. We're going to talk about monitoring and evaluation. We're going to talk about communications and how to make sure that governance systems work, not as theoretical, in more direct application. So the homework for today is, and you may have, some of you may already have done this homework in your initial discussion, but bringing the discussion to your board about what would it look like to be a part of a regional cluster in your community, and what are their feelings? I'm not regional or topical, but how would they feel about it? You now have seen what it really looks like. You've heard from the 12. You know your input has recognized that this could be something positive. So how would your board and or your team, that could be one and the same sometimes, feel about that? Like, what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? Are they excited? Are they fearful? Are there some apprehensions? So take it a little further, see what the thoughts might be. You may be in existence already in a cluster, and so it's great. People are very comfortable to it. So think about challenging to be a little broader or a different cluster that they're already in. So we can come back and kind of, because it's important also to understand that as leaders, we have to be cognizant of those we're leading. So those around us are resistant, and we have to move maybe a little slower. If those that are around us are gung ho, then maybe we become that yellow leader and charge the hill. If we're overwhelmed and have too much to do, then that red leader needs to figure out how logically this is going to happen, at what pace and what steps help us to measure them. And if it's just you, then you can be that big blue leader, be the visioner that says, here's what this could be, and I can inspire people to kind of get to that space. So hopefully this again has been helpful. I'm so grateful for folks having been here and committed another day. The next session is on March 9th, and we will be in Grand Bahama. So those people in Nassau that want to come to Grand Bahama with us, we would love to have you. Rashawn is gonna be one of our local hosts, I'm sure. And all those people in Grand Bahama, we want to see you in person. The investment in this time, we want to pay off for you and your organization. We also want to pay off for our colleagues. So I would ask you, talk about this process liberally. Let people know what they missed. From the lunch menu to the training, to the access, to the fellowship. We have to see this through, and we have to also be those agents of change. So thank you very much for the day. Enjoy the afternoon, and we'll see you soon. There were lots of things.
We were using the chat of some of the discussion and sharing some details. Yes. Okay, I just need to save this chat. Thanks, everyone. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Yeah.
I heard him say that, Stephanie, but I'm not sure who he thought was paying, because we're all nonprofits here.
Yes, Evans, yes, I know that.
All right, y'all have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon. That's it?
Yep.